Good evening and welcome to the Monday, March 11th, 2024 open session meeting for the Kent County Public Schools Board of Education. This meeting is now open. The next item on the agenda is to approve the agenda as presented. The administration is recommending the approval of this agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
I make that motion.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Sullivan has the second. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. The agenda is approved. The next item on the agenda is to move into closed session. The administration is recommending approval to move to closed session to discuss personal items to be voted on during open session and any other personal matters. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members, this board, Dr. Karen Couch, the superintendent, Dan Hushin, supervisor of human resources, Adam Constas, legal counsel, and Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, will move to closed session under general provisions Article 3-305B, Section 1. The topic is discussing applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay, extra duty, and any other personnel matters. The reason for closed session discussion of this topic is that public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive personal and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. The second section is Section 9. The topic is discussion of ongoing negotiations with KCPS, that's Kent County Public Schools bargaining units. And the reason for the closed session discussion of this topic is to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. With that being said, do we have a motion to move into closed session?
I'll make a motion to move into closed session.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Rhodes. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We will go into closed session and be back at approximately 6:30 p.m. Monday, March 11th, 2024, open session meeting for the Kent County Public Schools Board of Education. This is the second open session for the evening. The next item on the agenda is to report on the closed session. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members of this board, Dr. Karen Couch, the superintendent, Dan Hutchins, supervisor of human resources, Adam Constance, legal counsel, and Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, met in closed session under General Provisions Article 3-305B. Section 1 was the first topic. This topic included applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay, extra duty, and any other personnel matters. The reason for closed session discussion of the topic is that public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive personal and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. Section 9 was the second section. The topic was the discussion of ongoing negotiations with the KCPS, Kent County Public Schools bargaining units, and the reason for the closed session discussion of the topic was to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. The session was for information and discussion purposes only. No action was taken. Personnel actions will be voted upon by this board in Section 4 in the consent agenda portion of the agenda this evening. The next item on the agenda is a Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Messick, if you could.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. The next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. Just a reminder that this is all 4 items in this agenda piece: the approval of minutes of February 12th, approval of minutes of February 26th, approval of minutes of March 4th, and personnel actions are all included by one vote in this consent agenda. Ms. Messick does have a vote, a ceremonial vote. She will be voting upon 4A, which is the approval of minutes of the February 12th, 2024 open session meeting. With that being said, I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I have a question.
Please.
The question I have is, I've been on this board for about a year, and I'm learning an awful lot, and I feel like this search for the superintendent is flawed. And the reason I'm saying it's flawed is I want to know why, when Dr. Couch left, why we decided to search right away for someone else. Why did we do this so fast? What was the reason? Would you tell me?
Is this in the consent agenda?
This is one of these. I'm talking about all 3 of these.
Yeah, we can bring that up in board discussion.
No.
That's the point. We're in consent agenda right now.
I don't want to, but I think all these minutes are flawed. I think this whole process is flawed.
Okay.
I do. I think it's flawed. Mr. Getz, the reason I'm saying this is, first of all, we didn't get 2 estimates, and I know we voted for that. Some of these I'll agree, I made some mistakes. We didn't get 2 estimates. Now we're finding out that MABE, in one of these, we bid $20,000 to have MABE do this, and now they want us to put in another $30,000. And
That was, during our discussion, we talked about what we need for travel, et cetera.
That's fine, but $30,000, it just came up, it was 20, now it's 30, and we didn't get a second opinion. That's all I'm saying.
So that's another agenda item for this evening we can discuss at that point, correct?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I just think that this is flawed, the whole thing. So.
Great, thank you. The item on the table is the consent agenda vote. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McGee has a second. Any further comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Ms. Messick?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
I just wanted to say one more thing. With all these extra meetings, I just wanted to thank Gail for all of the work that she's done. We actually had 5 sets of minutes that we, in total, approved tonight. So thank you, Gail, for that extra work.
Okay, moving on to public participation. Ms. Gale, do we have a public participant? Excellent. Okay, prior to calling up the public participant, just want to read rules for public participation for this meeting. Speakers should limit their comments to 3 minutes. Comments about the actions or statements of individual staff members are not appropriate for public comments and should be referred to the superintendent of schools or processed through available channels. If submitting written testimony, speakers are requested to provide a copy to the president, Please remember that this is an opportunity for the community to address their comments to the board. It's not an opportunity for dialogue. If you have questions that need an answer, please contact the superintendent or write a letter to the Board of Education, and a response will be sent back to you. I will be timing the meeting 3 minutes. As we get to 30 seconds prior to the end, I will just inform that we're 30 seconds away from the end. Okay, we do have one public participant. Just a reminder, this is the first of 2 opportunities to speak tonight, and we have Hope Clark.
Okay. Should I come up here?
Yes, please. And I will not start until you hear the beep, so don't, I've not started the timer.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I do need to just pull up my notes here, if I could
Okay.
just have that. Okay. So, yeah, I sent you all a letter. I believe you hopefully saw it. Reverend Joel Tolbert is here with me, the Reverend from the Presbyterian Church. We have developed an interim board of 8 to 10 folks from organizations that have been working on this issue, and we are requesting a letter of support to start this Family Promise affiliate to bring these people together and focus on what we have been doing and work a little bit more on more shelter and more work to affordable housing. So that's really the basis of it. We do have a statement. So the purpose is to develop a nationally recognized Family Promise affiliate, bringing together local groups providing education, wraparound services, homelessness prevention, and shelter for children and families and houseless residents of Kent County and the surrounding eastern shore of Maryland, creating sustainable coordination to move the homeless into housing. So that's my written. Okay. So the justification is what we're going to accomplish. Consolidate the different resources presently siloed on homelessness in a small community. Provide full-time staff who will enable analysis on the needs of our community and plan for holistic, sustainable solutions rather than short-term emergency stop controls. Enable structural support to gather data and find a location for a permanent shelter equipped with the appropriate wraparound services that is appropriate for children, families, and individuals. This organization will set a foundation to develop more stability for children and families that find themselves homeless throughout the year and stabilize their housing. The most vulnerable population of our community will be served by this congressional project. This is an earmark we're requesting. So according to the county health ranking and roadmaps in 2022, 15.9% of the population was living with severe housing problems in Kent County. Between 2014 and 2022, that number declined only by 1.87%. In 2022, 17.2% of the children were living in poverty. According to the Census Bureau American Community Survey 5-year estimates, 2012 to 2016, Kent County was ranked number 1 in deep poverty, with 62.2% of the incomes below 50% of the poverty line. According to the Maryland Department of Education, between 2016 and 2023 school year, on an average, 84 students and 63 families were homeless. The closest shelters available to children, families, and families are 30-minute travel outside of the county, and children's education is disrupted. With the Family Promise model, 78% of families in shelter will exit to stable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Clark, appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just for a moment, I know we typically do not respond, but I did want to note to Ms. Clark that it is on the agenda for consideration at the end of our meeting. It's one of the last things.
I was going to say, I have some questions, but I'm going to wait
Yeah.
till the agenda item
Right.
to ask, okay?
Okay, thank you. We will move into the superintendent's report. Dr. Couch.
Okay, I just have a few things. I know we have a lot of presentations, so I tried to keep it short. Kent County learned last week that our kindergarten readiness assessment scores officially improved by double digits. We outperformed the state and 16 other school systems. We are ranked number 8 and in the top 10 for the state. I'm very proud of the work that our district and our school teams are doing to make great strides in improving student achievement. This is a huge celebration for our district, our staff, and our students. And the other thing that I wanted to note are last week we selected, or 2 weeks ago, I guess, we selected the Teachers of the Year, Support Employees of the Year, and Promising Educators. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge those individuals And note to the Board of Ed that our Employee Awards Program is scheduled for April the 10th at Kent County High School Auditorium, beginning at 5:30, and we'll serve light hors d'oeuvres, just like we did before, and it's free to everyone. Teachers of the Year by school. Rock Hall Elementary School, Mary, and she goes by Emmy Neckerson, who teaches 2nd grade. Galena Elementary, Brooke Joyner, who teaches 1st grade. Garnett Elementary School, Kathy Smith, teaches 4th grade. Kent County Middle School, Caitlin Wright, she's an English teacher at that school. Kent County High School, Julie Anderson is also an English teacher. The Support Employees of the Year, Rock Hall Elementary, Jessica Jacobs, who is an instructional assistant. Galena Elementary, Lisa Darley, who's also an instructional assistant. Garnett Elementary, Elizabeth Ann Kerr, she goes by Ann, she's also an instructional assistant. Kent County Middle School, Tyree Johnson, who's Title I Family Liaison. Kent County High School, Latoya Johnson, who's a secretary. And central office is Craig Kirby, who is accountant for us. The promising educators are Caitlin Stout, science teacher, who happens to be here this evening. She's from Kent County High School. Michelle Phillips, an English teacher at Kent County High School. And Jasmine Johnson, who is a special ed teacher at Galena Elementary School. So just join me in giving them congratulatory claps. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Couch, and congratulations to all of the honorees. We appreciate all the work that you do. And we are going to move on to the Golden Anchor Award, and Mr. Hutchin is approaching the
Coming up.
podium.
Thank you, President Getz, Dr. Couch, school board members. Tonight, we are here to honor our March 2024 Golden Anchor Award winner. And just to remind everybody, this award goes to any staff member that best embodies our mission and vision and goes above and beyond in their role on a daily basis. And to join me this evening to present our Golden Anchor, I have Kent County Middle School Principal, Mr. Mark Buckle.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So this month, we're very proud to be able to present this award to Ms. Brenda Price. She was nominated by her coworker, Mr. Chris Cleaver, and this is what he had to say about Brenda. We duped her, if you couldn't tell.
We like to surprise them.
It was a surprise.
So Mr. Cleaver had this to say. He said Brenda has been instrumental in assisting with the language support room at Kent County Middle School. In addition, she goes above and beyond to help students and teach the students. Inside the classroom, she has led the sign language lessons and the morning meetings. Brenda also helps to support other staff. Many students outside of our classroom have developed strong bonds with her. We often have students wanting to come spend lunchtime with Brenda. One general education student said, "She is nice and a really good person. You can talk to her about your problems." Another student said, "She helps me with my reading and she teaches me sign language. I am more confident now. She is so nice." Outside of school, Brenda leads the single mothers group at her church. Through her work, she has built strong working relationships with various families. Congratulations, Ms. Brenda Price.
Congratulations.
So do you want to get?
Poor Dr. Couch got to go up and down the steps. You know?
They made it all happen.
That's awesome.
Congratulations. Okay, we're going to go into board discussion. Ms. Messick, we'll have you start first.
You really like to do that, sometimes.
I do.
Okay. Hi, everybody. We got a full house tonight. I just want to say again, congratulations to all the teachers and staff who were given awards last year. Last week. They're all completely well-deserved. Our teachers and staff are amazing. We're so lucky to have such incredible people in our school systems who make every student feel welcomed at Kent County High School or the public schools. So thank you guys so much. For my list of events, I'll try to keep it short, but it's kind of long. March 2nd and 13th, the 5th grade is taking MISA testing at Galena. The high school teaching academy will be going to Maryland Teach Convention tomorrow, which is really exciting. Tomorrow we have 8th grade students taking the MISA test as well. The 13th, the high school has an Interact induction at 6 o'clock along with the PTSA meeting at 6. And a group of Next Generation Scholar students will be attending the Youth Congress event in Annapolis. 10th grade is taking the PSAT on the 14th. Friday the 15th, the high school has a college and career fair during the day and the Trojan Chapel starting at 5:30. The middle school is hosting a Title I March Map Madness Family Night this Friday starting at 4. Along with next Tuesday, we have the book fair at the middle school partnering with the Book Plate, which is really exciting. On the 19th, we have the Kent County High School Universal Athletic Boosters meeting. Wednesday, March 20th is Galena's Math Magic Show starting at 6. Thursday, March 21st, Galena will rock their mismatched socks for Down Syndrome Awareness Day. Friday, March 22nd, the Galena Firehouse will be hosting a banquet, and any proceeds go to support their Inclusive Playground Fund. Tuesday, March 26th, Galena 3rd grade is going to Sultana, and Garnett is hosting a wellness night from 5 o'clock to 6:30. March 28th is an asynchronous learning day for all Kent County Public School students. And from the 29th to the 1st is spring break, so no school, enjoy your break. And April 2nd is an asynchronous day for Kent County Public Schools. So, thank you guys.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Messick. Appreciate it. Ms. Sullivan.
I just have a couple things, and we didn't have board discussion at the last meeting, so I only have a few things, but I did attend the FFA banquet and officer induction on February 23rd, and it was wonderful, and congratulations to all of the new officers and FFA members. In addition, I've attended 2 MABE Legislative Committee meetings, one on February 26th and one this morning. And they discussed some bills that they are supporting and opposing, and it was good to hear about how other school districts feel about their positions on those bills. On March 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, I attended the FAME performance at Kent County High School, and I just want to say bravo to all the cast and crew. Special thank you to Lori Armstrong, Stephanie Spencer, and Jody Bortz for all of their hard work. It was a really phenomenal production. And like Joe and Maddie and Dr. Couch said, congratulations to all of our teachers, support staff, and Promising Educators of the Year. It is well-deserved, and it would be great if you could all get recognition, but I look forward to seeing how everybody comes through. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Rhodes.
I'd like to back up what Mrs. Sullivan was saying. This was a wonderful show. I have never seen a performance at the school system like this. In fact, it was so good, they could go on the road somewhere. I liked the music. I liked everyone that performed in it. Mrs. Bortz and Mrs. Anderson did a wonderful job, and it was just, I could only go once. It was for 3 times, but I just want to say it was a wonderful event. The other thing is I did go to a MABE gathering about 3 weeks ago over in Annapolis, and it really focused on the blueprint, and I just want everyone to know that this blueprint is going to come very slow, but when it really starts hitting us, it is going to hit big time, big money, and I hope we can afford it. That's all I'm saying. I want to benefit the students. That's the most important thing. But I just don't know where we're going to come up with the money unless the state comes up, because it is going to be expensive. In like 5 years, we could be spending an extra $5 million in this county to support it, and I don't know where the money's coming from. Plus, we want to build a school. So that's all I want to say. I want everyone to really study the blueprint to see what's happening and what they think about it. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Ms. McGee?
4 of us were all at MAME at FAME the same night. We were strategically located out throughout the auditorium, and we didn't know each other were there probably till intermission. I'm echoing what they said. It was amazing. It's so fun to see kids in a different light, whether they're athletes or students, or just to see this other side of them. I thought the casting was spot on, and for a school district that is so small, to be able to, anyhow, it was
23
great.
kids on that stage.
Yeah, it was a great thing. I'm going to use my time tonight to give just a real quick wrap-up. We had a Citizens Advisory Committee meeting on February 22nd. We hadn't had one since October because of scheduling and other things. The only thing on the agenda was to talk about the blueprint. A consultant that had been hired by the Accountability and Implementation Board and funded it, Dr. LaShawn Smith, was there for an hour and a half. It was a really engaging meeting, and it would take me too long to summarize everything. But basically, what she did is she went down and she asked, the members what they thought we were doing well with our school district, what they thought we weren't doing well in each of the pillars, whether it was career and college readiness, whether it was early education, preschool early education, retention and hiring of teachers. It was a really open, the reason it lasted well over the time, typically the CAC meetings last about an hour. The reason it went 90 minutes, it was a really quick 90 minutes because everybody was so engaged. I'm also happy to say, Maddie, that Ben Lawler is following true to your form as the student member of the board, gave a lot of really interesting, insightful, and courageous comments. I mean, I'm really happy that the student is so engaged in that. Also, Dr. LaShawn Smith told us, because I was curious what she was going to do with all the notes she was taking. She said the data is, she's collecting it, and it will inform a 10-page summary that she's going to submit on March 15th to the AIB. She's from actually North Carolina, and she'd been in education. I thought she said elementary education for 30 years.
Yeah, middle school.
Yeah, but it was young. They were young kids. They weren't high school kids. But I do want to share her shout-outs. She, first of all, this is becoming a story every meeting that Dan DeVillio goes to, but she gave a shout-out to our website. She said it's probably the best in the state. She gave a shout-out to Tom Porter, who is our implementation director. She gave a shout-out to Dr. Couch. She said 15 minutes into the first phone conversation she had with you, that she knew that you were spot on. And she thought that Kent County was actually ahead of many counties we're already doing some of the things that we're going to be required to do. So, anyhow, with all the notes she took, she said, that'll help her discern themes and trends. And it was a really engaged, it was just a good meeting. So that's my report.
Great. Thank you, Ms. McGee. Ms. Dorsey?
Yes. I really, at this time, hate to have to even mention this, but I know that we have a lot that we're looking forward to, that we know that we have to do in order to better our schools as far as Kent County is concerned and for our students. And what I wanted to speak on was, because last week in our meeting, I felt disrespected, and it wasn't my first time. So what I wanted to do is, as board members, we have to respect one another. And if we're going to get anything done, we have to do it together. We don't always have to agree with one another, because we can agree to disagree. But as far as the blatant disrespect, it has to stop. And what I was speaking on is when Frank was talking and you're addressing the crowd, and he seen me with a hand gesture, which he doesn't have a clue what I was doing over here, which was not really a part of what he was talking about. But he took the time to stop and insult me. So I didn't appreciate that, and that wasn't the first time that I've been disrespected. Once in closed meeting, I won't speak on it right now. But also, the next day, my husband was very much upset, and he felt as though that it was an unsafe environment if I have to continue to go through this. I did not run for the board to be disrespected, and I will not tolerate disrespect in any way, shape, or form. I definitely am not, I'm not going to tolerate someone telling me when it's my turn to speak that I'm not allowed to speak, and I'm not going to, I'm just not going to tolerate it. And a man should respect a woman. And if we're going to sit here and we are in a place to show children and the students how to act and how to respect one another, then the last thing we should be doing is disrespecting one another. And that's all I have to say. And I believe that even in policy, things are written that have stated that we need to be acting a certain way, because this is a professional setting. So really, it's not something that I expected to walk into or to set among, and I refuse to continue to. I'm not going to get up and go anywhere, but I demand respect.
I want to say something to what you just said.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey.
I don't appreciate what you just said about that, because you were disrespecting what I was talking about. And I don't want to hear any stuff from you about that. You had your hands against the wall and you're irritated because we had a conversation. You know, that's fine. That's exactly what you're doing. If you want to say that, that's fine. We can argue all you want, Mrs. Dorsey. So let's just start. Let's go.
I don't have time to argue.
Well, obviously you are.
I'd like to give my report for this week.
No, I'm not.
Thank you. So I also, thank you, Ms. Dorsey, appreciate it. So I actually attended on February 28th the CCAC meeting at the middle school, and I would just say that, you know, it was amazing. The theme of the evening was navigating the world of special education, and I was very impressed with the amount of staff through the system that actually came out to support the parents that were there. And it's a constant reminder of the needs that children have. There were some great questions. I was blown away by the support and the knowledge that just turned on, you know, when the questions were being asked. So it was really impressive, and so Dr. Keene and staff and the folks throughout the system just really impressed with how that meeting went and have been over the last almost 8 years. So it's been really great. I will also mention the Fame Play was fantastic. I don't know if anyone saw, but my wife was actually holding me back from singing and dancing, so I thought it was pretty fun. I was hoping to stay out of the limelight, that's why I sat all the way in the back, but it was great. I think she even told me to shut up one time because I was singing louder than I think the actors were. Additionally, I also attended the FFA banquet, so that is another banquet that is really great to see this very different community and how they view leadership and how they view their responsibilities and roles in an organization that reaches out to the community, the agricultural community, and also other organizations and volunteering. So it was just another example of students, many students, that embody everything that we want them to leave the system with. You know, we get to see Maddie at least once a month, and she is incredible in her space. But just a reminder that we have some incredible folks, students, throughout the system that just really are impressive. So just a great time. Okay, well, great, very good. So that being said, we're going to move into education services. And the first item, 8A, is WKHS Tune Fest.
Right. This evening, we have Mr. Singleton, who's going to present information about the 50th year anniversary celebration that's scheduled for May the 4th.
That's cool.
Good evening, Dr. Couch and members of the board. I reflect back about 40 years ago when I was a student of WKHS, and that's really what got me started on thinking about a broadcast career. And here we are, 50 years, and it's amazing that, the station has lived through all of the turmoils and everything over the years. We're the only one in Maryland. Can I, are you clicking or am I? Okay.
Use
Okay.
Pull out the drawer.
Sorry.
There you go.
Okay, here we go. All right, so basically, the station is started in 1974. We have a lot of students that have gone through the program that are now professionals in other industries and not just broadcasting. So, there are lots of skill sets that are learned throughout. Throughout the years, we've had, I'm the 9th station manager, and the reason why I point this out is because all but 2 of them I've been able to contact, and we're having an event in May called TuneFest, and if things go as anticipated, we will see all but 2, including myself, 7 of the 9 will be in attendance at TuneFest. So in TuneFest, I'll tell you about in just a few minutes. Basically, over the years, we had, these are pictures of the studio starting in the 70s. That's what it looked like where it says 1979. When I first learned how to run the equipment and be a broadcaster, 1990s, changed a little bit, but it's still kind of in the same look, so to speak. 2017 was just before a renovation that we were able to do thanks to local support and listener funding. And of course, the 2023 is a current picture of that studio. We are also able to raise funding to replace a transmitter. This is a 3rd-generation transmitter, first time we've bought a brand new one since 1973 when it was put on the air. We had a used one prior to that. And basically, that went very well. The last time I think I was here was asking for sole source permission to use a sole source vendor for this. The CTE, we're part of the CTE department, and probably one of the few that does not currently have a certification, but we're changing that this year. Back in the 90s, I should say late 80s, early 90s, the FCC used to require a license to be able to operate a radio station. That was phased out, and we had nothing since then. But now, thanks to some members of Society of Broadcast Engineers, we're going to be having an event on the 19th, which is next Tuesday, where Chapter 37, which is the Washington, D.C. chapter, will come out and do a huge presentation. We're going to transform our classroom into an arena, I think. There's about 20 speakers, and of course, all of you are invited. And the other thing to note here is that the Society of Broadcast Engineers National Vice President, or Executive Director, I should say, Jim Ragsdale, is going to be there to present us with a 50-year award. He's flying out from Indiana to do that. And also a couple of our vendors, Gates Air and Wide Orbit. Gates Air is our transmitter vendor, has paid for our first 12 certification tests, and Wide Orbit is providing us with lunch for Luis's that day. So it'll be an all-day event, pretty much. All of my students will be there, and it's a great way for them to meet some real industry go-getters in the D.C. and also some of the Baltimore market. And then later that night, March 19th, we've been invited to the commissioner meeting to also receive a 50 Years of Service award, and so we'll be attending that as well. Long day that day. TuneFest is all about celebrating our 50th. Now, officially, the 50th is March 28th at 12 noon to be exact, and that's right in the middle or right at the beginning of our spring break this year. So I will probably be on the air at least for a little while. I'm trying to tempt the students to come in, maybe with some pizza or something, and basically they'll join us. But the big fest is on May 4th at Red Acres, right next door. And basically, this is going to be a community concert. We've put a lot of effort into this. We've been planning it for about a year. And it's noon to 5 on May 4th, which is the first Saturday of May. We'll have some Barkin, Justin Singleton, and Philip Dutton and the Alligators, and The Good Stuff. He's involved with both of those bands. And then alum Blake Thompson, class of '83, I think he was. Basically, his band is going to be there, his family band. So an all-day thing with food trucks and hopefully a lot of alumni coming together. The other thing I wanted to mention, oh, by the way, the TuneFest We just got our shirts today.
Yeah.
And you can see, we have quite a few sponsors.
That's great.
So we really appreciate the community support and your support. The other thing that we've been working on, for a number of years, I've been involved with Kent Amateur Radio Society, and they're of course, a backup communications for the Kent County Emergency Management. So I guess through different meetings and so forth, we were asked if we could start hosting the meetings at the radio station, at the classroom. Basically, it sort of spurred a whole lot of discussion about maybe an amateur radio club for students. It just so happens that W3KHS is an available call sign, so that is one that we're going to pursue, which is, of course, like WKHS, the FM broadcast call sign. But we hold them every first Wednesday of the month. We hold meetings at the school, and there's a student mentoring component of this as well. So we're trying to get some students involved with the club. And then moving forward, we've done a field day. January field day is a training exercise right there in the parking lot. And this is a precursor to the summer field day, which we have done on campus through many years ago. It was actually at the elementary school and in Wharton Park and so forth. But again, it's a training exercise for 24 hours straight. So we've done this. Now we're looking ahead, and we have applied for a request to be part of the International Space Station contact organization. There are probably about 25. This, by the way, this left picture is our amateur radio station in the school, in the broadcasting classroom. So there are about 25 organizations nationally that are approved to make contact with astronauts in the International Space Station directly over the air. This is not an internet feed. This is directly over the air from ground to the space station. And so we are hopeful that we will be approved for that probably in fall. And there's a lot of planning that goes into this. It's a 10-minute opportunity as they pass over. The space station is moving 17,000 miles an hour, and it's 246 miles in the air, and we catch them as they blow by for 10 minutes. So we want to get about 10 or 12 students that will be, of course, asking questions. And we'll stage all of this. Mr. Poore has agreed to help us with a video stream of this event, so we'll stream it live. And basically, it will be a community all-in kind of event, which is really cool. And as I've been telling the students, you can't do that on your phone. So basically, it's a really cool opportunity. So again, I wanted to thank all of you for your support over the years. I will say to Ms. Sullivan, thank you for your creativity on the TuneFest logo, and all of you have been a big help, big support, and we really appreciate it. You guys have any questions or concerns about anything? Or?
Just kind of a random question. First of all, thank you for presenting. Do we have any of the original recordings going back in time?
We have some old recordings, original from 1974, probably. Well, I will tell you, the station manager from 1974 and the first student who played Rocket Man by
That sounds great. I mean, we can go through it again and just kind of get the
yeah, and Blake Thompson is going to perform Rocket Man.
Yeah,
Oh, that's great.
So it's an all-in thing, and there's a lot of folks excited about this.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Singleton.
You got
Thank
to let
you.
us know as soon as you hear from Eris.
Yes.
That would be awesome.
We hope to find out sometime this month.
Yeah.
And you know, again, it's, we have a really good chance at this. There's not a lot of organizations that are as equipped as well as we are to do this, so.
Can you give another plug for TuneFest and where people can get tickets for that?
TuneFest, you can get tickets on the radio station website, wkhsradio.org, and it's real obvious. You click a button there for TuneFest tickets. And you don't get a physical ticket. All you have to do is Once you pay for your ticket, then it generates a list, so we'll have a names list. So there have been some questions about, do we have to have a physical ticket? No, as long as your name is on the list, you're in. And again, Brian Williams has been a great host for us to set up there. It's a rain or shine event. If it rains, we'll have probably at least a couple hundred people that we can take under cover, because we've added a tent and all that kind of thing, so.
Great.
Yeah.
So with that, I would like for you to stand, and also, Ken, if you would come up, I do have a few words I would like to say as well.
Is this a tongue lashing?
No, it's not.
I was going to say, Ken.
I tried to make this entertaining, so I'm going to, read this a little bit. So ever wonder what it feels like to have your voice soar across miles, connecting us in ways only the magic of radio can? That's the cool part of what we're doing at Kent County High School with WKHS 90.5 FM. Tonight we're here to do a bit more than just talk shop. We're here to recognize WKHS. Yes, our very own student radio station is hitting the big 5-0 this year, and that's something worth making some noise about. Back in the day, 1974 to be precise, we decided to get high-tech, and we flipped on WKHS for the first time, kicking things off with Elton John's Rocket Man. Can you imagine the buzz? It was like, hey, we're on the air, people. Fast forward to today, and WKHS isn't just still going, it's booming, with a signal that lets us shout out to folks 60 miles away. Think about that, 60 miles away. Our students are rocking the airwaves from Easton to Bowie, and even past Wilmington and Dover. We've had some pretty amazing folks steering this ship through the years, starting with Jim Hammond. He was followed by Keith Hill, Walt Barkus, June Fox, Ted Lively, Karen O'Brien, Rob Futterman, Steve Kramark, and since 2008, Mr. Singleton. Each leader has sprinkled a bit of their own magic on the WKHS programming, helping to shape it into the powerhouse it is today, leaving an indelible mark on our students. Under Mr. Singleton and with fundraising support by Ken Collins, WKHS has undergone renovations, and if you haven't been to the radio station to see those renovations, they're pretty amazing. And technology updates in recent years, including the new transmitter that you heard about that was installed over the summer of 2022. Community members, school staff, business leaders, and politicians and other public officials have all dropped by the radio station, including myself, by the studio in the CTE wing to talk with our students on the air, which if you've never had the opportunity to talk to our students on the air, it's amazing. I love it. I love every time I go and visit. Our broadcasting students are always well prepared and they're engaging. And WKHS has grown beyond the walls of the high school. The station invites community members to serve as volunteer DJs, hosting their own radio shows with dedicated fan bases. We partnered with the University of Pennsylvania's own radio station, WXPN, out of Philadelphia. XPN broadcasts on our signal when students and volunteers aren't on the air, which we're required to do for the licensing. Right. And ensuring that we have round-the-clock programming and providing additional financial support for WKHS. XPN has been a true partner with WKHS. XPN DJs and staff have traveled to Wharton to meet with our students, and they provide them insights into career opportunities in broadcasting, and they do such an amazing job with our students. While they also talk about what it's like to interview famous musicians like Bruce Springsteen and Adele. Last year, our students finally, I know we've had it planned before COVID hit, and then COVID hit and we couldn't do it, but last year our students finally got to take a long planned trip to XPN Studios where they enjoyed a full tour and one of the station's famed Free at Noon concerts. With partners like WXPN and all the local heroes who've DJ'd for us, WKHS has grown into this incredible community project that's as much a part of Kent County as anything is in this county. WKHS is part of our career and technical education program. We are in the process of certifying it as a completer program, which many of you, we talk about how our students at KCHS are in the top 5 for completer programs. Well, now, with them getting a completer program, we can increase those numbers. This would grant those who complete the broadcasting pathway an industry certification in line with all our other CTE programs. And now we're on the brink of making WKHS an official completer program. And that's not just a win for us. It's a door opener for every student that walks through our halls at the high school. So here's to 50 years of WKHS and to all the adventures that lie ahead, because I'm sure there'll be plenty. I won't be here to see all of them, but I'll be thinking about them. Let's keep this thing going, making sure our little station continues to be a place where dreams take off and voices are heard. Here's to the next 50.
Wow.
And so, we have this. I'm going to read this real quick, and then we'll have you come up for pictures. It says, Certificate of Recognition, Kent County Public Schools, WKHS 90.5 FM. Congratulations to WKHS, Kent County High School's radio station, on 50 years of broadcasting excellence. Thank you for half a century of informing, entertaining, and inspiring our students and community. On behalf of the board. I'm sorry. Congratulations.
Are we all getting in there?
Yeah, that's good. Oh. Please don't trip.
The short people should be in the back here. Yeah. In the front? Oh, sorry. Oh, in the front. There we go.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thanks for hiring me.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, did you see me trip?
Yes.
Thank God Kevin was standing there because I landed right there.
Pretty cool achievement.
And I guess I just want to add I think we always have to be mindful that sometimes we have to make some budgetary decisions, but in the long run, when we make the decisions and we always keep in mind what's best for our students, we can never go wrong.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the KCHS Stadium Sound System budget request.
Okay. So we have with us Mr. Kevin Taylor and our athletic booster president, and they are here to submit a budget request to replace the sound system in the Trojan Stadium. So I'm going to let them do their presentation, and then we'll talk about what they're asking for this evening.
Thank you. Good evening, President Giss, Dr. Couch, board members.
Good evening.
So here we are in front of you tonight trying to request some funds to replace our sound system in our stadium. I guess it's probably back in mid-late October at a girls' soccer game. Believe it or not, we were playing the national anthem and it went silent. Panic strikes in, because you don't know me, I'm not computer literate at all, so I was panicking, sweat running off my forehead. Couldn't figure out what's going on. So the two teams actually took it upon themselves to finish singing the national anthem. From that point on, we had no sound in the stadium for the rest of the fall. So we scrambled here and there. We had senior night still left for both boys and girls soccer.
Homecoming.
Homecoming for football still to go through, and we were like, what are we going to do, what are we going to do? So Ms. Bortz at the high school was phenomenal. She brings a speaker down for football games anyways, but she let us bring a speaker down to do the senior nights. Was it a Band-Aid? Absolutely, it was a Band-Aid, but we made it work. So thanks to Ms. Bortz for helping out there. So at that point, we started looking at maybe pricing out a system to replace what we had. I remember being at a football game with Dr. Couch on Friday night, and she said, take a stab what it's going to cost. I had no idea. So I took a stab. I was way off, way off. So at that point, we kept looking and looking and looking. I contacted the people who actually installed our system when we put it in 16 years ago. And he came out and looked at it and gave us a brief overview of what he thought we should do. And then I lost contact with the guy. He never answered any emails or phone calls from then on. I don't know what happened. So from then on, we went to find other people who may give us some kind of quote what we're going to do. So I reached out to 3 more vendors at the request of the Athletic Booster Club to come up with more than one opinion here. And we were able to get the 3 come across with some prices. One of the vendors actually gave us 3 different quotes. One for basically what we have already in place, which is a couple speakers on top of the press box. Then we have one that's going to move the speakers to the light poles, and then one's going to move speakers to light poles, plus give us an electronic system where it's all kind of touch screen. He said it's pretty much overkill to go that route, but would certainly take it if we wanted it. So in my knowledge about sound system, I called my friend Charlie Joyner, who was an 83 graduate of high school. I talked to Mr. Singleton several times about sound because it was not in my ballpark to understand what they were talking about. So they would come out and they met with their sound system people and try to give them an idea of what we were looking for, and they kind of bounced ideas off each other. Charlie also helps with the graduation sound that we've held in the stadium now for the last several years, so he had a little piece of the pie to be conscious of what's going on out there. He was great. So Charlie kind of overlooked everything when the quotes were sent in and made sure that what the guy was sending us was pretty on the up and up, what we were trying to do. And so I think the booster meeting about a month ago, we brought up here and Ms. Stout here brought to the board's attention to try to kick in some funds to help with the replacement of the system. So we talked about the 3 quotes, the one for the replacement speakers on top, and then the ones on the light poles. And at the Booster Club came to consensus that we probably should upgrade as well as replace, which would be moving the speakers to the stadium poles. I know going to just about every event there, the speakers on top of the press box have sufficed for years, but if you ever sat in the bleachers with the pregame music on, it will beat the back of your head to death. So by moving to the light poles, it will make it a little bit easier for people being there in the bleachers and hear what's going on. We do the national anthem, we do starting lines, et cetera. It'll help with the noise production going to the place on the field where it should go. So the Booster Club generously decided, when we gave them the quote of $25,600, give or take a few, they were going to kick in $10,000 toward that total. And then it come to us to ask you guys as the board members to try to see if you can make up the difference to get us that sound system. I've talked to the guy a couple times. We're waiting for the approval of the funds to get it if we can. At that point, I'll let him know we order the supplies. I don't know how long that takes to get those things in here. And then the cost they gave us is for the supplies, delivery, installation, kind of like a little summarizing, classroom activity on how to make the thing work properly. Again, I would definitely need that because, again, it's not my cup of tea to be up there doing it, but I do find myself there more than ever doing it. So all that's in there. The only thing we have to do on our end is actually run the conduit from the press box to the light poles. And after our last, I guess, with the orientation meeting, we had a father figure come up to us and say, I'm a certified electrician. I would generally try to help you guys with that conduit because that's something, again, I probably couldn't do, especially going into sidewalks to get to the light poles. And he said it's a pretty much a piece of cake. There's some kind of tool that drills underneath, et cetera, gets it there. Then the company who comes here will take that wire, run it through the conduit, and connect it to the speakers. They'll provide their lift to get the speakers up in the air. He said they're probably about 25 to 30 feet up on the poles. And hopefully when we get to that point, we'll be able to say, hey, we're up and running again. Again, I don't know the timeline when it would take to get this completed. I know Coach Stout here has a home track and field meet coming up where I know she'd love to have the sound system working by then. Right. And then we have some lacrosse games starting in about another week and a half at home. I don't think that's going to happen for the first few lacrosse games, but at least it gives us a timeline what we got to try to get up and done and up and running. I know the guy did say if he could come out to the school and kind of, push someone who may not be in quite as neat as we are, he would certainly love to get out there as soon as possible to make this work. So my request tonight is just to see if there's any way we could, meet and try to get these funds accumulated so we can make the project successful.
Thank you for that. I want to say one thing, that both of you have worked really hard on this sound system. You deserve it, and the students really deserve it. Mr. Taylor, you've worked countless hours, and Mrs. Stout, you have too, and I think it's a good idea. I hope we all can vote on it because we need it. We need sound out there, and it just makes the whole environment wonderful for the students and for the teachers and the guests, so.
I agree, thank you.
So the administration is recommending that the board approve the allocation of $15,624.12. We would pull that off of some of the monies that we've saved with not hiring all of our staff. So we would move it from the personnel line item into this item, and if the board approves it, then we'll come back with a budget adjustment approval for you at our next board meeting. But this would help them get the ball rolling and assure them that they have the funds to move forward.
I have just a couple questions. What's the lifespan of the system, especially for the outdoor pieces?
Well, apparently according to Charlie Joyner, there's only 3 speaker companies that make outdoor weatherproof speakers. So you don't have a lot of shopping to do. You got basically a choice of 3. And the ones that he sent us in the quote, Charlie Joyner was pretty much good with that. I think what happened, I'm not going to lie to you, I think when you have the speakers on top of the box or anywhere you have those speakers, again, I'm talking like I know enough, but I don't. They're in sound, there's highs, mids, and lows. And the lows are the ones that, Maddie, picking on you, the kids of today with the real deep into it, bass into it. And those speakers don't handle that very well.
Okay.
So when their kids are playing warm-up music, sometimes
They
the
get
lows
too
aren't.
loud?
Yeah, they're not going through, so the speakers up top are playing the mids and the highs, and we actually just blew the speakers out. They were, I think, 8 years old at this point. They're supposedly putting some kind of system in where that's protected.
Okay.
So that if they need warm-up music and I'm not out of the building yet to get out there too, I'm going to hung up inside and the kids go up and turn music on, they can only go so loud before it won't allow it to play across it and hopefully blow those again, yeah.
And is there a warranty on, like, if something needs to be replaced or is blown out quickly?
You know what, I have to take a look at the quote of what he sent. I would
Okay.
hope so, to be honest with you. I mean, they're going to come out and put their name on it, Mid-South Audio in Milton, Delaware. I would think there would be some kind of warranty involved with that to
Yeah.
make sure that, in another 6 months, we're not here trying to do the same thing again.
And for the receiver or the box or, whatever is worked on, where is that stored and what's the security like in that area?
That's up in the press box right now.
Okay.
And it's a cabinet you can close up on both ends. Generally speaking, I take it in after the fall season, leave it in there until we need it for the spring season. Because we've had 3-4 vendors out there now, they want to take a look what we had, so it stayed out there the entire time. It's covered up, but it sits out there for the season, and I bring it back in. They call it portable. Maybe it was to me 17 years ago. Now it's not so portable, carrying anything up and down the steps, but I try to get it out of the weather the best that I can, so it kind of lasts for a longer period of time.
Well, thank you. I agree. You guys have definitely done your research, and
Thank you.
Our kids definitely need to, unless we
Agreed.
get those 2 soccer teams back to sing for us.
Right, I agree. Right.
We need to get the systems up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Taylor, just a question. Did I read that there was a subwoofer that was being installed as well?
There is a
somewhere?
subwoofer, that's going to help with the lows.
Yeah,
They're apparently-
underneath the...
Yeah.
well, here's the thing, they want to put it underneath the bleachers, which means we'll probably have to pour a concrete slab. I can probably handle that. The thing is, as Mr. Singleton would allude to, that's the vibration part that you hear in the music. And again, we don't want to bounce people off the bleachers when they're trying to wait for the game to start, like we were beating them back of the head before. So we got to try to make sure with Mid-South Audio, that's the best place to put it.
Yeah.
Is there any alternative place to put it? I don't know that them coming to tell us that, but yeah, the subwoofer apparently is what we need to keep, keep
Yeah.
everything playing.
Yeah, I was just asking because of protection for the unit or something, it's lower to the ground, like
Yeah.
what is that, what does
Yeah.
that look like? But that's...
Charlie Joyner said we should probably get some kind of cover for it, at least when it's not being used to cover it up that would protect it from the
Sure.
weather. Yeah, so I assume that's something we can probably purchase pretty easily somewhere to keep that thing covered up.
Okay. Are there any additional questions, comments? Okay, this is an action item, as Dr. Couch mentioned. The administration is recommending the board approval to allocate $15,624.12 to replace the sound system in the Trojan Stadium. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Rhodes has the second. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
guys.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
out. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the community schools update. Ms. Jacomowitz, Ms. Terrell, and Ms. Mitzel are on their way up.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, members of the board. It's with great enthusiasm tonight that I have 2 of my colleagues with me, Jory Mitzel and Flo Terrell. They stepped in the role last year as community school specialists for both Garnett Elementary School and Rock Hall Elementary School. And tonight, we're here to share with you some of the highlights of those special services that have been able to be afforded to our students because of the concentration of poverty funding. As you know, this funding is targeted to offer those wraparound services that address not only academic needs, but the mental health needs and other special opportunities for our students to be able to enjoy activities both during the day and after school as well. So Jory and Flo have a lot of exciting highlights to share with you, and with that, I'll turn it over to them.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We're going to just start, since you know who we are. The purpose of our presentation is just to kind of give you a snapshot of what we're doing with community schools funds. And before we start, I want to actually give Christina Baxter a shout out, who's helped us tremendously with the grant and balancing kind of all the changes with it.
Oh, and just, sorry, I just want to interrupt for just 1 second, just so that people that are listening to this understand that this is part of the blueprint. This funding comes from the blueprint. And so I know we have a lot of questions about the blueprint and whether it's valuable for our students, and this is an example of what the blueprint has done for our school system.
So when someone said earlier that we're already doing some of these things, we're doing them with concentration of poverty funds. So we're going to go to the next slide. And we have this short video to give you just a background on what a community school is.
Imagine a school where students have all the resources they need. A school where caring, qualified educators inspire them to be leaders, innovators, pioneers. A school where students are supported to become anything they can dream. Where children learn reading and math, but also music, a foreign language, advanced science. Where students can train for technical jobs, learn English, or receive tailored special ed. And their parents and other people in the neighborhood can too. A school that inspires a love of learning, rather than emphasizing rote memorization. Imagine a school that meets not just the academic needs of children, but also their health and wellness needs. Where students can get glasses, see a nurse, or get help with emotional issues around the clock. So they're always ready and able to learn. And that school is a hub in the neighborhood where community members can get those glasses or see that nurse too. Imagine a school that provides positive discipline and social-emotional supports instead of suspensions and harsh punishments, so that students grow and contribute to the school community and beyond. A school where staff, parents, students, business leaders, and community leaders come together to support student success. You don't have to imagine. These schools exist, and they succeed. There are more than 5,000 community schools around America succeeding today. From Los Angeles to Baltimore, from Orlando to Minneapolis, throughout Cincinnati Public Schools and the Commonwealth of Kentucky. A lot of American schools are struggling nowadays. By building community schools, neighborhood by neighborhood, we can ensure that every student in the country receives a high-quality public education, no matter their zip code. These schools can exist in your community too. Learn how. Visit NEA.org/community schools.
So just a little background also, community schools is not a new program. It's been around for...
Imagine a school.
It's been around for quite a while. Maryland legislation has adopted it under the blueprint. But if there is a national council for community schools, they are all over the United States. And I know that video said there are 5,000. That video is very old. Flo and I have attended a couple national community school conferences. We went to one last year in Philly, and the amount of community schools, and when we got to network with other community school coordinators, was astonishing. And the programs that other schools and ourselves, you'll see tonight, have been able to put in place because of this funding is amazing. So just a little background, year one, you have to complete a needs assessment, and board members, you may click on the link to see each of our needs assessments. You'll notice our needs are very different. You will never find two community schools that share the exact same needs. Every school is different, so every school's needs will be different. So some things that Flo is doing, I am not doing at Rock Hall, and vice versa. Year 2, which was our last year, we then take our needs assessment and create our implementation plan. So year 1, we identified our needs. Last year, we identified how are we going to meet those needs. What actions are we going to put in place to implement them. This year 3 and next year, which would be our year 4, both of us are tracking our implementation plan. And I know currently Rock Hall Elementary is actually going through an amendment for our needs assessment. We've met with MSDE because it's like a living document. Every year our needs could change, and we know a new need has arisen, and we've done surveys, so we are actually adding another need into our implementation plan. So it is a living document and can change as our needs change. Do you want to talk about the partners?
Yeah, we have you can click on this link and we have a long list of partners, and we can't really do this without partners. We have a list of 32, but there's tons, and as you'll see in our video, you'll see some of our partners. They are not all of our partners, but we just had a snapshot.
So like I said, year 1, we did our needs assessment. For Rock Hall, the needs that came alight for us was social emotional health, physical health, and an after-school program.
Just so you know, these needs, the surveys were given to parents, teachers, and the community, and staff. So that's where these priorities came from. At Garnett, ours is mental health or wellness, parent engagement, before and after school, extension, and enrichment. Just also so you know, I know that what we do along the way is kind of tweak our needs, because, for example, Garnett's going to do a wellness activity in March, but we also put a survey out to kind of delineate what the newer needs were, because things have changed since we began. And along the way, we always have to kind of measure what our community needs are, our family needs, and our children's needs.
So before we go to the next slide, instead of us standing up here showing you 1,000,001 pictures of all the great things that our schools have been doing because of Concentration Poverty Funds, we decided to put together a video of pictures. So if you have any questions while watching the videos, we'll take them at the end. But without further ado.
So do you have any questions?
I don't have questions, but I do want to acknowledge the hard work that you two have put in to make our community schools successful and make them a reality and very engaging for our families and our students, which is what community schools are supposed to do. So, and none of this would be possible if it hadn't been for funding that came through the blueprint. So, and I just want to note that Kent County Middle School next year will also be a community school. So we'll have 3 of our schools participating. So it's a wonderful opportunity, and thank you so much for what you do.
And Dr. Couch, thank you. You reminded another point that we also wanted to make too was within 10 years, I think the blueprint has stated that they want every public school in the state of Maryland to be a community school. And then after year 3 or year 2, you become eligible for the per pupil grant. This year, Rock Elementary was very fortunate. We did get awarded the per pupil grant, which is an additional funding. And I think Garnett is projected to be fall 2025, but it's a whole formula. It's based on, the MSC has in place to decide when you get that funding.
Right. We're keeping our fingers crossed,
Yes.
because we were supposed to get it last year and we didn't. And now we're supposed to get it this year, so we're hoping. We don't
Well, and
know.
there is such a big difference, even just the 2 of us talking, from when we started till now, and how much more, when we look ahead, we can do, which is exciting, and to have partners and the students' input, as long as we stay with what our needs assessment is, Tom, we will. And and Christina. But it's really exciting, and the kids really enjoy being part of a community school. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you for the update. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is social emotional learning, SEL screener. Dr. Walker is coming forward.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, and members of the board.
Good evening.
For your information tonight, the KCPS Behavioral Health Subcommittee would like to present our plan to pilot and adopt a universal social emotional learning screener. The Behavioral Health Subcommittee was continued from the work that was done on Pillar 4 of the Blueprint Committee, which seeks to expand behavioral health support in schools. More specifically, one of the goals is to analyze data to identify trends and needs related to students' behavioral health. The Blueprint also provides for a behavioral health coordinator who is charged with developing and implementing a standardized screening to identify students with behavioral health services. Our behavioral health coordinator is Mr. Vandrick Hamlin, who could not be here tonight, so I'm stepping in his place. Also serving on this subcommittee has been Ms. Gina Jacomowitz and myself. We also have 3 behavioral health practitioners on the subcommittee. First, Dr. Bill Fluke, who has a PhD in psychology with a specialization in school psychology from the University of Rhode Island. Some of you may already know him. He's usually here on board nights. His career includes over 50 years of service to school systems in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Iowa, and Maryland, as well as work at the Maryland State Department of Education. He has provided a variety of services to Kent County Public Schools, including mentoring, consultation, and service on the Citizens Advisory Committee and this Blueprint Behavioral Health Subcommittee. Then we have Dr. John Guthrie. He has a doctorate in educational psychology. He was a faculty member at the University of Maryland for 23 years in the Department of Human Development and Quantitative Methodology. He worked for the Professional Association of the International Literacy Association for 10 years, providing research and professional development for teachers, and he has and continues to publish articles in journals and handbooks. And finally, Dr. Teresa Schaefer, who could not be with us tonight, has 27 years' experience serving as a licensed psychologist at Chester River Behavioral Health. has a specialty in child and family services, and has previously partnered with Kent County Public Schools on various initiatives. So as you can see, that we have some great partners doing really good work for students in the area of social emotional learning, and you will hear from two of them tonight.
Thank
Great.
Well, good evening, and I'm here in a little different capacity tonight. Very happy to be here. So, research in public health, psychology, and education has shown us that the COVID pandemic raised levels of depression, anxiety, and psychological distress among adolescents as well as adults. These increases are seen across income levels, ethnic groups, and genders, with girls doing slightly worse than boys. And the related and expanding involvement of young people with social media is clearly a factor in the increases in student behavioral health issues that we're seeing. So many school systems across the country have adopted the practice of administering a universal social emotional screener as a basis for decision making. At present in Kent County, we do not possess comprehensive data on the behavioral health of our students. In addition to referrals by teachers and specialists, there's a need for something comprehensive, collecting data on all students. This is particularly important for grades 6 to 12, where behavioral health concerns are increasing at an alarming rate. So this proposed screener will provide baseline data on this issue, and it will enable a needs assessment to see where our students are today. This information can be used to provide opportunities and interventions for identified groups of students in need, as well as for individual students when a referral for support is needed. And I'll just add, doing screening in this area is comparable to the testing we're already doing for academic skills. We need to know where our students are at so we can help them. I'll turn it over to Dr. Guthrie.
We're a tag team presenting here, which illustrates we have discussed this, and we've kind of divided up the message for you. To provide information on the behavioral health of all students, the Behavioral Health Subcommittee of the Kerwin Blueprint for Education in Kent County recommends a comprehensive survey. The subcommittee identified a screener for social emotional learning that is deeply based in research. This research documents that whether students succeed or struggle in school depends on whether their basic psychological needs are being met. These needs refer to the student's sense of competence, social interactions, and decision-making, sense of being able to direct their own behavior. Research has validated that this survey measures these needs accurately. The survey distinguishes students who are thriving and engaged from those who are struggling and disengaged. Now, this screener is a questionnaire, requires about 10 to 15 minutes for students who take it in the classroom. This screener will be scored by staff members of Kent County and analyzed by a research consultant. We propose to conduct a pilot test of the screener in the spring of 2024. The committee met with high school and middle school principals to discuss the social emotional learning and the need for a universal screener. Both principals, Mrs. Hemstetter and Mr. Buckle, agreed this measure is needed, and they're excited to have their students participate in the pilot. The schools will send a parent permission with an opt-out option for parents to select. The teachers will administer the screener in grade 7 and grade 10. After analysis, we will report to the superintendent of schools in the summer of 2024. The report will include the behavioral health levels and distributions of all students, that is, how many students are higher, medium, and lower, And it will also include all these distributions by age, gender, and ethnic group. That's the end of our presentation. I don't know if you want to handle any questions or make any other comments, Deanna.
Can I ask some questions?
Yeah.
So, I've got several. So why just 7th and 9th graders?
Well, I think the main point is, we think a pilot test is a good idea.
Okay.
And we didn't want to subdivide any group like 7th graders because people would wonder, what is it
Okay.
happening and why are you doing the subdivision? We don't really have a basis for it. And we then thought a whole grade
Sample group.
would be useful, and those two grades seem to be ones that would be most informative for a pilot. And the pilot is wise because we need to understand any glitches before we go wide.
So once you have the data, and I guess will be evaluated during the summer or whatever, what would be the next step?
Okay, the next step is to support students who show needs. So the purpose here is to show how the different groups are doing. It's not so much to identify individuals, that's not the purpose of this.
Right, yeah.
The purpose then would be to provide supports within classrooms. And that can be provided by teachers, it can be provided by instructional specialists, a range of individuals. And we can then, perhaps instructional specialists, who I think are especially talented, and I've worked with some of them, could become guides and coaches for teachers who can acquire these. And I've done some research on this whole area, and many, many other people across the nation have as well. So we have good models, guides, and programs we can draw on. We're not making this up out of nothing.
I want to add.
Bill?
Well, just to say that we're not quite sure what the data are going to show us.
Right, yeah.
So we might find that 7th grade girls are really struggling, and it's more than just the classroom. We have to do something school-wide. Or we might find Hispanic kids in the 10th grade are doing way better than we thought they were. We don't know what our different groups are going to be doing until we see the data.
So when you have a chance to see the data and come to some sort of conclusions, because you guys are the experts, will you come back to the board and say, this is what it shows, and now this is what we're going to do?
I think you guys will have to decide.
Maybe it's a question for Dr. Walker.
Yeah.
That is our hope.
Okay.
That we will come back and keep you informed and up to date.
Okay.
I'll also say, you said, what are the next steps? Also looking at administration, because, this is going to be administered, but we will probably have to make adjustments, see how it goes, and come back and talk about that, because if we do it again and roll it out really universally, we will have to know, like, the technical part of it and how best to roll that out.
Okay.
I have a couple questions also. How often will the screener be administered? Is it once a year? Is it at the beginning of the year?
I like your question. The more information we can get, the better. This can be given, let's just say, before and after an intervention that was being given in a school. If it was like 2-month intervention, it could be given before and after to track progress. That's a big point of this, to be an indicator of progress and what kind of progress and who is it occurring for. So it's an attempt to identify students, but also track success that I do believe is probably being generated by some of these community school efforts that seem likely to be very supportive of these same issues that we're looking at.
Just to add on to what everyone has said so far, again, our intention is really to just do this initial screening, check out the results we get, and as Dr. Fluke said so eloquently, it's not designed to be prescriptive. We're not going to go out there and respond right away to individual students. It's more an analysis for us, and eventually to see how we might make some big adjustments as well. If we notice things, there may be programmatically some things that we can do to better respond to the needs of our students once we know what they are.
Right, and I would echo that. I mean, I think it's mainly to inform us as educators in terms of what we need to do within our schools to address the needs of our, social emotional needs of our students. And we're not going to know how to tailor those programs and adjust those programs until we get data.
One of the major features of the blueprint is accountability, and this gives us a baseline and a way to measure the interventions that we, if we're trying to do something that's helping social emotional learning, we'll know whether it's working using this screener.
Then that kind of leads into my next question. Is there, looking over the sample statements that you have prepared, one, will there be, it seems like there has to be a student group identifier where they have to say if they are Hispanic, Latino, white, African American.
So the plan is to pre-print labels that has all of that information because we don't
For
want-
each student?
Yeah.
Yes, because
Okay.
we don't want to, have students, some might be afraid to put that on, or they may be disinclined to, because that's one more thing they have to do, or there's mistakes. So we plan to do a pre-printed label.
And then, is there a way, because a student may have an immediate need, is there a way to include a question that says, do you have an immediate need, or some way that to have a kid let you know that they need someone to reach out to them immediately, and to flag that? So I know that you aren't intending to deal with an individual student, but I think it would be, if you are hitting these groups and you're getting an entire 7th grade, an entire 10th grade, to have a way for them to indicate if they need immediate.
We have not discussed this question.
Okay.
I do think that teachers should be prepared to address kids who seem like they want to talk to them, and even perhaps invite, but it wouldn't be so much a part of this particular survey, but it would be a teacher inviting kids to talk about things with them if they chose to do it. And we might give some directions to the teacher to be open if questions come up. But that would be something I think maybe our group would discuss.
I think that would be a good thing to reiterate, because I think the more students hear, if you have something that you need to talk to me about, come and talk to me. I think the more often an adult is saying that to a kid, the more likely they will come. And then I also wanted to ask, it says that the information will be shared with the school team. I just wanted to find out, what is the makeup of a school team, and will this data be shared outside of KCPS for any reason?
So the team would be, of course, on a need-to-know basis. I will know, probably Mr. Hamlin and maybe a couple people from the instruction department, just because since it's on paper, we hope to get it electronically eventually, but we need help just scoring and putting it together.
But I think each school has a student support team with counselor, social worker.
Multiple people.
And that's a team that's ready if needed.
Okay.
And not necessarily with individual information unless it's warranted. But a point I also want to make, when it's being administered, typically counselors and social workers are aware, so that if there is a need, they can be on standby, or even in some of the classrooms to reach out and help students who present with an immediate need. And also, to get back to that original question about how often it's administered, my experience is you administer it at least twice. Sort of like a pre and a post, but you can administer more. I usually would not recommend that, but these are the experts, but kids can get test weary, Yeah.
And the language that's in the survey would be the same for 7th and 10th grade, and that is just for, I would imagine that's for ease of tracking?
That's for ease of tracking. It's also appropriate, and these questions have been validated with adolescents. In other words, adolescents have tried them out, been compared to much longer interviews, and shown to be precise with predicting other criteria. Also, I wanted to make a point. This is about social emotional learning. But social emotional learning connects to achievement. And this, part of the notion of a screener is to identify students who not only are suffering, but whose achievement is suffering. So the point here is for us in the pilot to be sure that it has a good connect point within a major achievement indicator. So that's part of this picture.
I want to say one thing, that it's wonderful that the parents will be involved in this. I think it's extremely important because I've heard of so many school systems doing things and the parents aren't involved, and this is very important. They'll know what's going on. I just think that's one of the main things about this program. I like that, so.
And we hope that our message is so positive and strong that not so many will opt out.
Yes.
There really is a benefit.
Okay, are there any additional comments or questions? Okay, this was for information only, so thank you all for presenting. Appreciate it. Okay, the next item on the agenda is course approval for Kent County High School. Mr. Porter is on his way.
Good evening, Dr. Couch, members of the board. What I have for you tonight is only tangentially related to the blueprint. The first is the course approvals. I'm here on behalf of Mrs. Hemstetter from the high school to introduce two courses that we would like for you to approve tonight. The first course is Advanced Computing Concepts and Information Technologies. What we've done this year, in January, we were notified by the Maryland State Department of Education that a new CTE proposal that we'd submitted in October was approved. So we officially have a new career and technical education pathway, which is computer science. It was sort of a low-hanging fruit that Mr. Buckle, the previous CTE coordinator, had begun the process of documenting. Essentially, we took the courses that we already offer in computer science at the high school, Computer Science Discoveries, which is an intro-level course, the AP Computer Science Principles, and the AP Computer Science Programming. We already offered those at the high school. All that we needed to do was tack on more or less a capstone for the seniors, and then we would allow the students that are completing computer science classes at the high school to graduate as a CTE completer. And the way that we wrote this proposal would also get them an industry-recognized credential in IT networking. So we currently do not offer advanced computing concepts and information technology, which is why we're bringing that to you tonight. This would not require hiring an additional instructor. This would be taught by our current computer science instructor. So that's the first course that we're bringing for you tonight. It is worth noting that the blueprint establishes a goal that by 2031, 45% of students graduating high school will graduate with an industry-recognized credential through CTE or the equivalent of a high school apprenticeship. By our numbers, we were at about 36% last school year, likely the largest in the state. I feel that adding this course as the capstone for computer science would essentially push us over the mark, and if we're not there, if we're not at this goal next year, we should be in the foreseeable future. So that is the first course. I can pause if anyone had questions about the computer science course before we move into the second course.
Well, I would just note, and then we're adding the additional completer with the radio station. So I feel confident that we're going to hit that mark.
Sure, and it is part of a larger conversation, like Dr. Couch was noting. At this time, the state is not allowing us to create new CTE programs unless they lead to an industry-recognized credential. So the radio program does not at this time lead to an industry-recognized credential, but you heard Mr. Singleton talking about the Society for Broadcast Engineers and the work that he's doing to try to bring that credential to them.
That's great.
Okay, the second course that we're proposing is within the pre-engineering, the Project Lead the Way pathway. This is computer integrated manufacturing. What we're proposing here is essentially a course swap. So whereas right now in the pre-engineering pathway, the third course is digital electronics, we're proposing to remove that course and substitute that with computer integrated manufacturing. The reason for that is because our engineering instructors have noted that graduates from that pathway are not really pursuing anything in digital electronics after graduation, whereas we do have a number of manufacturers in our community, Dixon Valve, CNC Chesapeake Manufacturing. This course, Computer Integrated Manufacturing, would align very well to what those industries are doing right here locally. So we felt that it was appropriate to simply swap that out. Again, this course would not require hiring a new instructor. It would be taught by our current engineering instructor, and we would be swapping out that course. If you have any questions?
Sure. Would this be a possible pathway to like artificial intelligence and all that kind of stuff, or is this way not that advanced? I mean,
So it's interesting that you note that. On the district-wide professional learning day in, I believe, the end of January, we did offer professional learning through the Maryland Center for Computing Education on artificial intelligence. That professional learning event was hosted in the engineering classroom. It was attended by both our computer science instructor and our engineering instructor, and they both saw very clear implications for their programs in artificial intelligence.
I mean, artificial intelligence is the way we're going. It's just moving so fast, so I'm hoping they'll be ready for it, that's all.
Sure.
And I just wanted to say, I think that these are both great additions, and I know that we've had a very successful robotics team led by Mr. Bill Poor in the last few years, so it would be nice to grow more of that kind of robotics program. And I'm glad that Project Lead the Way is sticking around, and that I like that pivot, and I think that that'll be a nice addition for our students, so thank you.
Wonderful.
Great.
This is an action item.
Okay, if there are no other questions, as Dr. Couch just mentioned, this is an action item. The administration is recommending the addition of these two courses, Advanced Computing Concepts and Information Technologies and Computer Integrated Manufacturing, to the Kent County High School Program of Study. Do we have a motion to approve the recommended action?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has the second. Any further comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next item.
Okay, we will now move on to procedure 600-19, abbreviated schedule.
Okay, so again, I'm here on behalf of Kent County High School to revisit procedure 600-19. This is a procedure that's existed for some time, and essentially it's known locally as the senior waiver option. And what this, as it was written, this procedure was intended to allow students to opt out of up to 2 of their 4 classes within their 4-period day for the purpose of going to work. So essentially, if the student is on track to graduate, if the student meets the criteria in this procedure, he or she would not have to be there for the entire day. They could leave and they could go to work. What we want to do with the revisions here is to essentially align some of the eligibility language with language in the blueprint for the student to be on track to graduate, and with the new guidance on the standard for college and career readiness. So we've added that language. We also wanted to remove the requirement that the student document that they are working during the time that they're not in school. And the reason for this is because it would allow greater flexibility for students to pursue dual enrollment at Chesapeake College. If the student were to leave the high school, drive to Chesapeake College and drive back, they would essentially miss an hour and a half, which is equivalent to 1 class period. So if we, with our proposed revision to the procedure, the student could elect out of one of those courses, drive him or herself down to Chesapeake College, take their class, drive themselves back, and they wouldn't really miss a beat there. The other piece with this is that as we attempt to scale our apprenticeship programs, this would allow the high school counselors greater flexibility to create student schedules that would allow them to engage in something more non-traditional like an apprenticeship.
I'm interested in hearing Maddie's take on this, because this would directly affect students.
I think this is great. I know that in the past we've had a lot of students who would do the abbreviated schedule specifically for work. I'm trying to think this year if I know anyone who was doing it specifically for work. But I know last year, and I know that the documenting, like being in work, was a big thing. Like, a lot of kids didn't end up doing it because they were like, I'm not doing that.
Crazy.
So that was, I'm assuming that that's probably a really good thing to do. But I think this is great, especially since we have a lot more local businesses interested in this. I feel like in the past it had been harder to like get more interest and get more businesses open to this idea. And I would assume that making the language a lot more flexible would definitely even open up to more businesses, so they don't have to go through such like hurdles.
Red
I
tape.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I feel like this is great. I think this is awesome.
Any additional questions? Okay, this was for information only, so Mr. Porter, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move into administrative services. The first item up is expenditures revenue report, and I see Ms. Baxter coming forward.
Just to note, Ms. Stewart is out on annual leave, so that's why we have Ms. Baxter here.
Great.
Good evening, Dr. Couch and members of the board.
Good evening.
The first item that I will be speaking of is the February 2024 monthly revenue and expenditure report as of February 29th, 2024. I'm sorry, there's a blur on this, a glare. So for Fund 1, which is our current expense fund, we had cash receipts of $25,560, or $25,560,332.09.
That's a difference.
Capital projects, which is Fund 3, school construction, $932,958.42. Fund 5, which is food service, was $904,969.59, for a total cash receipts as of February 29th of $27,398,260.10.
Can I ask a question on the food service? So where does the other money come from if it's not from people, well, everybody
Snacks.
gets
You can buy
free?
snacks or extra milk or ice cream.
$870,000 worth of snacks?
34.
Okay.
The 34.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, because I know everybody gets, all of our students are eligible for free and reduced meals. I just wondered, the other big thing, the other receipts, what are those?
That would be a question for Ms. Stewart, and I
Okay.
can certainly relay that back
Do
to
you know
her when
Dr.
she comes
Couch?
in tomorrow.
Okay,
No,
it's.
off the
I
top of
just-
my head, I do
Yeah,
not.
it just is such a big difference between the one and the other. Okay, that's fine.
Sorry that I could not answer you, Ms. McGee. I
Okay.
apologize for
I just need to
that.
prove that I'm paying attention, that's all.
You are. Gotcha.
Okay.
So moving on to our current expense funds, as of February 29th, Fund 1, we have spent 78% of our funding. For the school construction fund, we have, between encumbrances and year-to-date expenditures, we have spent $221.16. I apologize, those are really big numbers. Food service, we have spent approximately 92%. And then for restricted funds, we have spent 67%. And then the last page is just a breakdown of the overview of funds. And this was just for information purposes only.
Are there any additional questions? Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Baxter, on 9A. We'll move into 9B. This is the unrestricted funds budget amendment number 3, fiscal year 2024.
The purpose of this is to request board approval of budget amendment number 3 for fiscal year 2024 of the unrestricted funds. Kent County Board of Education is utilizing MAVE to assist in finding a new superintendent for the district. Initially, the cost for a superintendent was $20,000. It is now estimated that this cost will be $50,000. Therefore, an additional $30,000 needs to be reallocated. Funds will need to be reallocated from the fixed charges category, which we would decrease by $30,000, and move into the administration category to cover this cost. This is an action item, and administration is requesting board approval of the unrestricted fund budget amendment number 3 for FY 2024.
And I would just add to that, this is a not-to-exceed amount, the $30,000, and certainly if that is not needed, then that money will be realized as savings. That was just a just a rough estimate in terms of what we would have to consider for travel and hotel.
And those aren't funds that we would be paying to MABE.
Exactly.
No.
They are
Our
funds that we
expenses.
would be.
Right.
Yeah.
It is not,
Expending,
it is
so.
not an allocation that MABE has requested. It's, the board would have to put that money aside, no matter when you were searching for a superintendent, in order to pay for
Travel
airline
or whatever.
tickets, travel, and hotel. if they
And
come
whatever
to-
isn't used goes back.
Yes.
So the contracted amount with MABE
Is-
remains at 20,000.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
Okay, the only question I have is, I wish they would have said something that you could be spending a lot more money, because I looked at the file, they said it's going to cost any more money, they said possibly.
We
And
talked-
I didn't know anything about this extra $30,000. I mean, I understand, it's just a lot of money, and I don't like to have hidden things just pop up like that. It's not your fault.
It's not, it's
just-
not hidden. We talked
talked
about it
about it at the
We
openly.
did talk about it, but do we mention $30,000?
We did. We
I'm
actually-
pretty sure that's the
we-
figure they
came
threw
up
out
with
at
that.
us.
Yeah.
Any additional comments? Okay, this is an action item. Administration is requesting board approval of the unrestricted funds budget amendment number 3 for fiscal year 2024. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McGee has the second. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
We have 4 ayes and 1 aye for opposition. The motion passes.
One nay.
Went the other way. Nay.
Yeah, one nay.
Nay.
Nay, aye.
The motion passes with 4 approvals and 1 nay, so thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Kent County Health Department CDC marijuana grant.
Thank you, President Getz. The purpose of this is administration is seeking approval for the CDC marijuana grant that will be provided to Kent County Public Schools through the Kent County Health Department. The Health Department has awarded funding for the CDC marijuana grant. They would like to award Kent County Public Schools the amount of $5,000 for this grant. This grant would allow Kent County Public Schools to purchase items that would bring awareness to the prevention, use, and health impacts of marijuana. Administration is requesting board approval for the Kent County Health Department CDC marijuana grant.
Are there currently any recommendations for what would be purchased with this grant money?
I do believe it would be awareness materials throughout the schools.
Specifically, we have not identified that, but that would be something that once this is approved, then the staff would work together to figure out what those materials would be.
And are there any requirements on our end to fulfill the grant? Okay.
Just to purchase awareness materials.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we know if this schools or the administrators or whatever would work in tandem with the health department with some guidance on what
Yes.
would be the appropriate kinds of things to get?
Yes.
Okay.
Any additional comments, questions? Okay, this is an action item. The administration is requesting board approval for the Kent County Health Department CDC marijuana grant. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. Dorsey has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has the second. Any additional comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda, 9D, is Kent County Health Department tobacco grant.
Thank you, President Getz, members of the board. The purpose of this is the administration is seeking approval for the tobacco grant that will be provided to Kent County Public Schools from Kent County Health Department. The Health Department was awarded funding for the tobacco grant. The Health Department would like to in turn award Kent County Public Schools in the amount of $10,000 for this grant. The grant will allow all Kent County Public Schools to purchase Halo smart sensors, vape detectors, and provide educational campaigns that will bring awareness to the use of tobacco. This is an action item, and the administration requests board approval for the Kent County Health Department tobacco grant.
Can I just ask a question? And I apologize, I've never heard of this. The Halo smart sensors, but I'm getting technical. What do they do when they sense?
They send messages out to the administration if they detect someone, say, in the
In a zone.
bathroom.
In a zone.
In a zone, and then it'll send messages out to the administration so they can get to that location and manage the situation.
Okay. I apologize, I've just never heard of it, so I was
Yeah.
kind of curious as to how the
Yeah.
technology worked.
Yeah,
I should
it's
have heard this
pretty
before. Sorry.
instantaneous.
Any additional questions? Okay, as mentioned, this is an action item. The administration is requesting board approval for the Kent County Health Department tobacco grant. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve that.
Ms. Dorsey has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments or questions?
I'll just say that, in a sort of ad lib conversation I had with Mr. Webb a while ago, he said really the biggest danger to our students is smoking, because it's legal, it's at a certain age, there's nothing they can do about it, and the vaping especially is, because kids just don't get how dangerous it is. So I definitely support this.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. With no other comments, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Ms. Baxter,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank
you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is our fiscal year 2025 budget discussion.
Okay. Mr. President, members of the board, I was not here at the last board meeting, and I thank Ms. Giacomowitz for sitting in for me. And I know that and I was able to watch the board meeting, so I know that there were questions about what was presented. So what we did was we presented all of the requests, and after listening to the conversation, Ms. Stewart and I then put into place what is really required, and I'll talk about that in a minute, the wishes, and then equipment requests and instructional materials. So, and when we say required, we're stating they're required because of either the blueprint or because of other needs that we have within the district. So if you look at the first request, there is a request to place $55,705 for CCR. Now, that is what pays for our dual credit courses. And we noted that this year, we exceeded our budget, and next year, we're going to see less money allocated for dual credit. So we're going to have to make up the difference, because we can't just say, oh, gee, we ran out of money, we can't pay for the dual credit courses, we have to pay for them. It's a requirement of the blueprint. So that money is required.
Can I ask a question? I brought this up before. So, and I mentioned Baltimore County
Yes.
before as well. Will we have any sort of flexibility, or will we, and I hate to say no to any kid, but can any kid take as many classes as they want to?
No, we
Okay.
do have some guardrails that we
Okay.
have in place, and I want to acknowledge Mr. Porter for setting up those guardrails. We didn't really have those in place at the time, but we are being very specific about the courses. I mean, a student can't just take any old course. They have to fit into an identified program of study.
Right.
Something that's going to earn them an associate's degree, or something that is meaningful, and not just, oh, I want to take this course. So
Okay.
we're working closely with the guidance counselors, and again, I have to acknowledge Mr. Porter for working very diligently to establish those guardrails. And we're not the only school system that's doing that.
Yeah.
Other school systems around the state, after you
'Cause we're on
started
the-
seeing the price tag,
Well,
we
we're
said,
on
oh,
the
wait a
hook-
minute.
We're on the hook for 100% of the cost, right?
Well, fees, books, yes.
Yeah, I mean, but it's more
Tuition.
than we have been in the past.
Yeah, exactly. So that's required. The additional teacher at Rock Hall Elementary is needed due to pupil-teacher ratio. They've seen an increase. You saw a decrease in the number of students that were attending Garnett, and many of those enrolled at Rock Hall, so they have a need for another teacher. That is required. Otherwise, you're going to have classes of 35
Yeah, I
students
thought
in the
that's
classroom.
what Ms. Stewart said, or might
Right.
have been Ms. Giacomo.
Operations, you heard Ms. Stewart talk about the fact that in analyzing this year's budget, this is directly related to utility increases, a lot of operational costs increases. that we need to add additional dollars into the budget for operational costs. So that's $267,000. We reduced a position in student services, but we still have a need to do our homeschool reviews. That's a small amount, but that is required because we really don't have adequate number of staff to analyze those homeschool reviews, which we are required to do.
How are they currently being conducted?
We've hired someone on a temporary basis, but we'd like to put that permanently into the budget.
Okay.
I heard this discussion at the last board meeting, and I wanted to talk into the mic very quickly, but I couldn't because I was at home, and I couldn't make that comment, but there was a discussion about the stair chairlift, and I know that one of the board members asked, well, do we have a need? We absolutely have a need. We have a student in a wheelchair that is on the primary floor, the first floor, that will be going up to the next grade level, which is on the second floor. And this, short of installing an elevator, which we absolutely cannot afford. This is, we've researched it, we've determined that this is the best way in order to get the student to the second floor, and it's going to be a permanent fixture for this school that is not ADA accessible for any other students.
Yeah, I mean, rather pay a big fine for breaking the law, the
Right.
ADA thing.
Right, but this is a need.
Yep.
This student's not going anywhere. There was some discussion about, well, is the student actually going to stay in our schools? There is no indication that this child is not going to be enrolled in our schools, so we need to prepare for that. There's also an ask for an overall increase for CTE to increase funding for the program. We're a small school system, so we don't get a lot of money for CTE, and this is going to help us meet the needs of what, you've heard some outstanding presentations this evening about what we're doing in CTE, and we've got to support the program, and it means that we're going to have to add additional dollars into the CTE pathway program.
Those two programs had, I think, under $3,000. Is that rolled into this number, this 6,850?
That's a question for Mr. Porter.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Just the presentations this evening, they talked about some of the increases that we were going to need, and does this factor that into that?
This will factor in, for example, the computer science program.
Yeah.
We don't have a line item for high school computer science. It will be drawn from the course technology budget. So that does, that 6850 does include a line item specifically for CT or for computer science. And then a slight increase for each of the programs, just to take into consideration our CTE programs have been paying for the industry credential tests for all of the students, and it's just not a sufficient line item that we've received in the past to support the enrollment of the program.
Okay, great, thank you.
Then the other items are wishes. Many of these are supported through grant funding that is not going to be in place next year. I mean, listen, I'm as disappointed as anyone else, but the reality is that you'll see the price tag for all the wishes is almost $1 million. And the reality is we do not have sufficient funding in our budget to support them. So we've got a request to continue on with our staff clinician. There's a request for a world language position, and the world language position is to offer Spanish to all the students at the middle school, which we are presently able to do that with the temporary contract that we have with Ms. Nab. I know there's some challenges that we have with that because we share with the high school, but we've been doing it since I have been here for 11 years. So I think that, while it would be nice, I don't know that that's a mandate or a requirement. An additional health teacher, where, that was one of the cuts that we took a while back because we couldn't substantiate and support that position. To add it back in is a wish. Teacher coach position was paid for by Maryland Leeds. That's also a wish. The math teacher, I have to tell you, I'm torn by that. It's put in here as a wish, but the high school is making a request that it is a need, and I know that after Mr. Hushin spoke with Ms. Hemstetter and analyzed the number of teachers that are in each department, our math department is actually one staff member short of meeting to being equal to what the other departments are. So I would say I put it in as a wish, but I would certainly support if the board wanted to move that into required. The two instructional specialists were paid for out of Maryland Leeds. That grant no longer will be in place, so that is something, a discussion that the board will have to make. CCR part-time specialist, again, it's not a requirement, but it certainly would support some of the reporting options that we have, or that we have to put in place to monitor the CCR program. The Kent County Health Department is asking for another CNA. When we developed the budget last year, we talked about this, and I understand that, but we have a lot of needs, and we don't have a lot of funding to support all the needs that we have, but this is a request that they put forward. Human Resources requested that we increase the level of health care that we provide to all of our employees. That's a heavy price tag. Again, it's a wish, it's not a requirement. New teacher orientation, increase it from 3 days to 4 days. It's a wish, not a requirement. Increasing the counseling secretary from to additional days for the summer months to make her 12 months. That's a small amount, but it's not, certainly it's not a requirement. And then the elementary counselors to increase them from 3 days to 4 days. This is a request we see every year. It's just one of the things that hasn't hasn't risen up to, we have to do it. The equipment needs, again, are requests. They are certainly not required. You'll see what those are. They amount to $8,000. And all of the instructional materials, you'll see, add up to $264,353.74. What I will note is we're pretty confident we can write that into what's existing in our current grants to address this for 1 year, or for multiple years, I guess, because we do have some money that we will have left over in Maryland Leeds that we have to expend by the end of the year. So we're hoping to be able to we're requesting approval for that, but until we get approval from MSDE, it's kind of up in the air. But it is something we have to do, but I think we have another path to paying for that. So what I would say is this is open for discussion. We're running close to a deadline to develop our budget, so I would open it up for discussion. Now, I would say that there were some questions about the ridership for the late bus.
Yeah,
I do have that
Okay.
information for you. Let me see. The ridership is low.
Yeah.
And
I'm pulling this, I'm spitballing this, but in my mind, we've allocated like $70,000 for that. That's a lot of money. That
Yes.
could take several of these rascals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I did ask, based on what you'll see the ridership is low. In the fall, we have 3 buses that are going to 3 different locations: Chestertown area, the northern part of the county, and then Rock Hall, Georgetown, Fairleigh. In the fall, we had 6 students riding the Chestertown area, 8 students in the northern part of the county, and 4 students to Rock Hall. In the winter, respectively, 6, 8, and 2, and now in the spring, 10, 3, and 5. So it's low. Now, what we did is we took the manifest for those 3 buses, and we forecasted, even though what we did was to save a little bit of money, we don't run the bus on early release days, and we don't run the bus on Fridays, because typically ridership was low on Fridays anyways. So we only ran it Monday through Thursday, so we saved a little bit of money. So forecasting for the year, it's about 50,000, not 70.
How many kids can we fit in our passenger vans?
Oh, no, we can't. We are not allowed to run passenger vans on a daily basis to meet transportation. There's a rule in Maryland law that we cannot use passenger vans in that way. So they can't take the place of a route, in other words. And they're only like 15 passenger, but remember, we use those vans to transport some of our students across the bridge to various locations. I don't know that they would be available to make these runs on a typical weekly basis.
I had taken some notes, I think, during the last budget cycle about some things, and one of them having to do with transportation was, I think, the realization that not all of our buses have air conditioning. And what it would take to either install air conditioning or to make sure that if we are purchasing new vehicles.
Well, when we purchase new buses, we make sure that they have air conditioning. We've done that as a general rule. Now, sometimes when we buy used buses, they may not have air conditioning, and that's just the way it is. We do our best to support that, but, we're still.
It's tight.
Yeah, it is a problem. But, it's $150,000 to buy a new bus.
The other note that I had taken for a wish list item, just from hearing different staff members make presentation, was the need for an additional psychologist position for special education. But I'm just reading off my list, the things that I have. And then, and we haven't talked about any construction needs, so I'll hold off on mentioning anything that I had in mind for that. But, for me, again, and it's what I mentioned with when Gina was doing the presentation, is anything that a student is directly touching, I think, is important for us to try to make happen. The stair chair lift, the student desks. I also think that the need for an additional high school math teacher is high. I think that.
No, excuse me, yes, I'm sorry. I was on a different plane. Sorry.
I know those classes are pretty packed right now. At least I know some of the freshman algebra classes are packed.
They have the problem with having one less teacher in the department than, say, the English department, the science department. And I know what happened is because we were in a budget crunch. We moved one of the math teachers into the instructional coach position, which was funded by Maryland Leads. So that was one of the cuts that we took that was required at the high school. So that cut obviously was in place, and it caused the class sizes to be larger than other departments, and it also caused them to have multiple preps, which means they have to plan for multiple courses.
Yeah.
So I would not be opposed to moving the math teacher up to a required need for us. Anyways.
Dr. Cash, if I could just add something too. In addition to Dr. Cash's comment about the extra preps, almost all of them have 3 preps. So out of 4 blocks, they have to teach and plan for 3 different classes. I'll also add, math is the only content area at the high school right now, but we do not have a deep classes.
Then, I mean, I would request that we move that up.
Right, but accomplishing some of that through our dual credit. So, yeah.
I think that position needs to be moved to a need.
Especially since our math scores.
Yes, that's
need
what I
help.
would say. So I would not be opposed to moving the math teacher up, and that changes that number, adding, say, another 90,000 to that number.
That total in
Closer to
the,
600.
that total in the required
Yes.
is $587,046.32 if we move that.
But I round up, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, the discussion of the late bus. If we were to eliminate that, then we would save 50,000, so it kind of helps that bottom line.
I'd like to say something about the late bus. I've talked to Mrs. Bortz, your friend, and I've talked to some folks over at the middle school, and they don't want to see the late bus go away. And as far as I'm concerned, just one student who will miss band, who will miss sports, or miss whatever, is worth every bit of that $50,000. And I think it's really sad if you take that away. And furthermore, a lot of families, they have single mothers that are working 2 jobs. They can't get home. The kids need the help with the bus. I'm totally against getting rid of the bus. That's all I want to say about it. And I will fight to keep that late bus. If it's down to $50,000, it's $20,000 less than it was last year. So.
I've got a question about the world language position.
Oh, yes.
Because at the high school,
Right.
the sign language was able to fall, it's considered a world language, right?
Right.
Is that teacher full-time? I didn't know.
Yes, and that was, I know you asked that question, I meant.
No, I know, but what I was getting at, I was kind of hoping you were going to say no, because I was hoping that we could
No.
do that the way we were doing with Spanish, that she could do middle school and high school, but no? Okay. Well, so I'm curious, is it?
Yeah, because what we did was we eliminated a Spanish teacher and we added that, so it was 1 for 1.
So I know in the first semester, it was very, very popular. Has it continued to
Yes.
have a lot of kids sign up?
Yes, and we need that, and it's really offered.
No, I'm all
Yeah.
for it.
We need that because it offers, because we only have one language, and it's Spanish. We've not been able to offer anything else, like French or, Italian or Japanese or anything like that. Kids love the sign language. We got that approval from MSDE to allow it to be a foreign language or to meet the language requirements, so, and we didn't add a position, we just said, okay, we were having a hard time finding a Spanish teacher, and so we came up with this idea, and interestingly enough, a neighboring county liked our idea. They couldn't find a Spanish teacher either, and they've since added a sign language course as well.
A lot of people taking that class?
Yeah, absolutely,
That's
very
great.
popular,
That's great.
very popular.
I just wanted to say that the last time the issue of the late bus came before us, that I myself did not want the late bus for us not to have it. I felt that those who did not have a way and parents worked late and different things like that, it was necessary in order for them to take part in sports and different things. But I'm wondering, because I know the budget is tight, and I see the low number of children that are riding, is it any way that we could reach out to the individual children and see if there's another, way that they could find transportation or, maybe buddy up or anything like that,
Yeah.
before we just eliminate it without them really knowing until, next year, because I'm sure the ones that's playing, they value the sport they really want to play, whether it's band or staying after because of tutoring. Is there anything else we can do?
This was the first full year
Right.
of the late bus. so
Right,
it's-
because we did it mid-year the year
And I
before.
think it
Yeah, so
hurts.
it's still a relatively new.
I'm wondering,
thing.
the numbers are so close, I'm curious.
Is
how
it the
much-
same
if
kids?
It's the same kids.
Yeah, that I couldn't tell you. I didn't get deep into the data, I just
Yeah.
wanted to hurry up and get that information for you. But I just want to note that the late bus only serves Kent County High School. It does not serve the middle school.
It's not working at the middle school, all those?
It's not, we are not using this money to transport
For
middle
some
school
reason, I
students.
heard something, the middle school, they're
They're-
using the late bus for something.
They're funding that through Title I,
Okay.
and that is not operational funding at all.
So, Dr. Couch, we have the required list in the top lines 1 through 6, and then, I mean, it feels like the line 5 in WISH is something that will be moved up as well. Regarding instructional materials, I mean, is this are these items that we write in, and then with the idea that there will be a way to fund it through the grant, if approved?
For
But if-
this year.
For this year, but if
For
not...
next year, excuse me.
But if it's not approved, it's out.
Well, we need it. So, I mean,
So
it's
it's- that's what I'm
not,
getting
it's,
to, so it's a
yeah.
required.
It's a required, but
Gotcha.
we feel confident
I just want to...
that, yeah, we feel
It's all the way
confident.
down the bottom.
It's not out. We have to have
Take
it.
it up.
We are going to look for multiple years of, and this is what, because we know how tight our budget has been, I have to give a lot of credit to the Teaching and Learning Department and also to Ms. Stewart, and thinking about, okay, can we get 3 years with this particular need, so it carry us into 2027. So we had the foresight to do that, and so that's what we would do with these grants, with these requests as well. If we can do multiple year adoptions or multiple year purchases, that's what we're going to try to do to carry us over, hoping that our budget will improve over time. It hasn't yet since I've been here, but we can always hope. But, we're just trying to be proactive and to think about what is going to ease the pressure so that we don't have to continually come forward. And we also have money allocated within the budget for purchasing textbooks. And so that money remains in the budget for FY25. So would remain in the budget for FY25. So Ms. Stewart and I feel that between the monies allocated for that and then expending the money for Maryland Leads and any money that we may have in ESSER, we feel confident that we can pick up the instructional materials. So that's why I separated it and took it out of the need, or the required.
One of the other things is that, without getting into particulars, just saying, we're going to have to negotiate with 3 different associations. I can't imagine there isn't going to be additional costs with that.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to include that in the request. If you'll recall, and I'll just remind everybody, we're only seeing an increase of about $250,000 from this year to next year. So we've got to increase salaries for 3 groups, and we've got to take care of the required needs. And if you'll see here, we're looking at excess of $500,000 plus whatever amount we need for salary increases. So I would say, we're talking just in the required and moving the math teacher up and looking at salary increases, we're probably looking at about a $1.6 million request. Or maybe even close to $1.8 million. We're only going to see $250,000. So I understand everybody wants what they want, and we all would like to have those things, but the reality is, money's not there.
So how much do you think we might have to cut from this? So how much we got last year from the commission? How much money did we get?
$250,000.
But wasn't there another, like 700-something thousand we got?
No.
And then there was another 130,000?
No. We saw, I don't have that information in front of us, but the required amount above MOE, we got $250,000, which was a flow-through from the governor's office to us. So it wasn't an increase from the county. And then they gave us money for the late bus, or they cannot mandate that the board pay for, they can allocate additional dollars. They allocated additional dollars for that, hoping that we would maintain the late bus. But there was, the MOE requirement as well. So next year's MOE requirement is about $250,000 that we see in foundation. There is additional dollars that comes for COP, which is the concentration of poverty, but it goes directly to the middle school. We can't
doesn't
do
flow through
anything
us,
with that
yeah.
money.
Would it be possible to, at least for the equipment needs for Garnett, to possibly approach the foundation, since those are one-time purchases, and it is, it's not something that would need upkeep?
Well,
just to see if maybe they would be willing to put something towards.
Okay, so what I would say about that is the foundation is specific to what we can use the money for. And the money is specifically for mini grants and for field trips. It's not for equipment. So that would be a no.
Thank you.
But what I would say is every year we get every school system gets a form where we can request non-recurring funds from the county, which means if they fund X, it's a one-time purchase, it doesn't add into the MOE. And so I'm thinking that the stair chair lift could be one of those requests. We cannot request furniture or anything like that because MSDE has determined that is recurring costs for a school system, so we couldn't do that.
Okay.
But I think the stair chair lift could potentially be that.
A one-time,
And so, that, if the board would like for me to submit that, that is due by March 31st. And we could request that from the county, as we have not requested a one-time allocation, non-recurring in several years. But I would say that this
I would say
could-
it's worth asking for.
Yeah, I think we should.
I would also, yeah, I agree.
So, we could take that out, and I could make that a non-recurring request, which would essentially maybe be a wash for the math teacher.
Yeah.
So still not quite there, but it's close.
Yeah.
So I think at this point, in talking through the two pages, really the wish list, I think we have some direction on what we're looking at. We're now down to the wish list outside of the math teacher. I don't know. It seems almost impossible to add more to a number that's already at 1.6 million.
Or more.
Or more.
More.
And that could be,
And it's going to be more when you throw the
yeah.
Negotiations.
The contracts in there.
Yeah.
So sentiment is to leave the late bus.
Yes.
Is to what?
Leave the late bus.
Okay.
Leave?
Yeah, leave.
Not touch. Leave it alone. Leave the late bus, take the stair chair lift out and request it as non-recurring, but understanding that if they don't agree to that, we still have to do it. It goes back in.
Yeah.
So then the request for the superintendent's budget would be items 1 through 7 minus the chair lift. So it would be the CCR request, the Rock Hall elementary teacher, increase to operations, homeschool reviews, CTE program requests, and the math teacher. Plus whatever else we have to add in for salaries. And that will be our ask for the county. And then if we don't see those funds, then we'll have to
Adjust.
make some harder adjustments.
So I'm looking over this. Galena didn't ask for anything?
We asked everybody.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
saying it's, and the only thing the high school asked for was the math teacher?
Right. I think, I have to give a lot of credit to our staff. They obviously recognize that times are tough, and I think several of our principals have this is not their first rodeo, so they kind of know where we're at. It's not pretty, but what I would say, and I am adamant about this, as much as it hurts me to say this, I don't believe we should, or this board should, in any way, place our new superintendent in a position that is insurmountable moving forward. Because if you were to say, oh yeah, let's just fund all of this, then we have no money left. We put ourselves in a position where, yeah, we're, feeling really happy for FY25, but then we have no money in FY26, and then you're going to be in a situation where you're going to have to cut $2 million out of a very tiny budget. And I just, from my perspective, in doing this for 11 years, I don't see how you do that.
That's a school plus.
Yeah, that's
that's
even
the
more
reality.
than that. That's more than that. Yeah, because when we consolidated, we saved about $1.2 million for each school that we closed.
I just want to reiterate, it reminds me when Joe said that, his words, we don't have another school to close.
No.
Yeah, we don't have those options anymore.
No, we don't. I mean, we could, but I won't be here to see it, so yay. Have fun. We're all coming with you, Dr. Carroll. I'll be watching. I won't be doing it, but I'll be watching.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we have some direction there.
Okay, so I will take what you have directed me to do. I will come up with a amount to present at our next budget, at our next board meeting, which will be the superintendent's recommended budget. We will, then we will present it as, through our budget hearing, and then we have some direction on what to ask the county. If we don't get those funds, again, I must reiterate, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and make some pretty hard decisions because, again, the money is not there. The money is not there. So, with that happy note, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Couch. We will move on to letters of support. And Dr. Couch, did you want to manage this, or you want me to manage?
I'm happy to do it.
Please, go right ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
So we were requested to provide letters of support for two organizations. You heard Ms. Clark make her passionate plea for the board to submit a letter of support. I have added to the agenda what that support letter would look like, and we have prepared that letter in the anticipation that the board is in favor of that you would sign, please don't leave, and sign, you'd have to sign this letter, and we would send it to them post haste. But it's for the Family Promise affiliate, which would provide a shelter for, year-round shelter. So there's that, and then Kent Attainable Housing is also requesting a support letter, which would look for attainable housing for some of our low-income families as well. So that letter of support was added for your consideration, and certainly I'm willing, I feel like because these are programs that we would support as a district, it's important for this board to be cognizant that we are providing a letter of support and what it means and what those letters of support would state. So with that, any comments or?
Can we ask them some questions?
No, you cannot.
Would
you come up?
Yes,
Yeah,
I've got a
podium in
couple of
case we have
questions.
Joel, you going to join her, or?
If needed,
He's back there for moral support.
So we just got this on Friday.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like I have any information. Because so it says Ken in Northern Queen Anne's. Are you reaching out to the Queen Anne's County Board of Education?
Yeah, the reason why I chose that title, the interim board is meeting on tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
The interim board of?
This affiliate.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is this through the Chester Valley Ministers Association? Is
Yeah,
that
so
kind of
I'm
the
a
umbrella?
volunteer with the Chester Valley Ministers Association on their executive board, and that is how I am identified here tonight.
Okay.
And then I'm on the Good Neighbor House Committee, which Joel started. And Nathan, who was here earlier, and I are on that committee with Joel. So, yeah, the Samaritan group, presently has a 3-month winter shelter, and it serves northern Queen Anne's County and Kent, and that's why I named it that, because to include sort of the type of sheltering we have been doing, right? I know that just from my other work that Cecil County is sort of a whole other ball of work there with their shelter work. I don't know a lot about it, but traditionally, our community has been supporting Kent and northern Queen Anne's County. Now, when we do set up shelters, I mean, our folks go down to other shelters on the Eastern Shore. So because we are a region, if we do develop a permanent 12-month shelter, would probably be inclusive in that group of shelters. But the primary focus is to support Kent County and Northern Queen Anne County residents, right, who are in the Chestertown, say, 212 district, and the rest of the county zip codes, if that makes sense to you.
So my question is, are you asking the Queen Anne's County Board of Education for a letter of support as well?
No. Do you want me to?
Well, you don't have a whole lot of time since you're...
No, I don't.
Yeah, so, that's kind of an interesting thing. Doesn't mention how much you would be requesting?
Yeah, so right now, we only have 10,000 potentially. We have 5,000 from the Good Neighbor House, which is a church, contributions, and I just requested 5,000 from the mayor and council. So.
And what did they say?
They haven't responded yet to that grant.
Okay.
So, and when you submit the grant, you say what you have and what you've requested. The other, in the budget I've created that I'll discuss with the interim board tomorrow at 4 o'clock, is $200,000. It's really not a whole lot of money. It's 3 full-time staff. Basically, I've been trying to coordinate 40 stakeholders in our community to move forward in this piece, and we don't have any paid staff working on it.
I've been following your meetings for the last couple of years. There was a time when they were in person, then they were on Zoom, and I was watching some of those. I know that Ms. Sullivan, Mr. Rhodes, myself, and Dr. Couch attended a meeting about a month or so ago at the library that John Queen and Henry Sabetti put out. Are they part of what you're doing?
Yeah, so I have requested if they would like to be part of what we're doing. Project Empath is a particular type of work that I think they're moving into, which is another kind of work that's very similar actually to what we're doing in the Recidivism Reduction Project, which is working with folks who really need basic life adult skills to succeed out of poverty. So what Henry Sabetti has been doing with the Homeless Coalition has been taking private dollars and putting people in hotels. So that also Menares Dream Alliance does that. And part of this work is to consolidate that kind of work so that it's not, as I said, a stopgap emergency type of situation year after year, spending, say, $150,000 on hotels.
Do you see everybody being able to come under one umbrella?
So that's the work, yeah. I mean,
because it's been a little frustrating to me watching like 6 different people or 6 different entities.
Right.
And so here we are.
So the interim
4
board.
years later and nothing's happened other than the $150,000.
Could I just add one thing as well? What you're asking this letter of support is you're asking for the senators to provide earmark funds. So it's not like by signing this letter of support, the board is not committing to money.
Absolutely
not. No, I
They're
get
just-
that.
But I'm
Yeah,
just making
yeah.
that clear.
Yeah,
is that
I knew
we're-
she wasn't asking us for any money.
Right, it's
Yeah.
to request the senators to support and to try to earmark funds for Kent County for this
That's
purpose.
correct. But, Trish, your point is really precisely what this affiliate is working to do. So, throughout the years, It has been a challenge, and this is the first time, I think, that there's actually been, with a national, role model to really pull all the resources that have been working in the community to move and work together with prevention, shelter, and stability. So we might be supporting folks in shelters, but what are we actually doing to move them into affordable housing? And so we need some paid staff to look at the data of how much homeless there is, all the money that we're spending on that, and why we deserve more funding to actually have a stable home shelter for children and families. So that requires full-time staff. I can't do that. I'm exhausted today that I've even been here since 9 o'clock. It's exhausting, and I'm not paid.
Did I understand from the letter that Kent County would be the first to establish an
Yes, in
affiliate
Maryland,
of
yes.
this in Maryland?
But it's all over the country.
Okay.
It's
No, just
successful
wanted to
all
make
over the
sure.
country. 78% of the Folk Stay Shelter go into housing. So I'm really excited about the opportunity, to work with these professionals who have been doing this for a long time in other locations.
Yeah, so let me, for the board, let me just read the letter as it states. And it's addressed to Honorable Chris Van Hollen and Honorable Ben Cardin. Dear members of the committee, we, if approved, are writing to express our enthusiastic support for the Chester Valley Ministers Association and their Good Neighbor House Committee to request earmark funds for the establishment of a year-long shelter initiative in Kent and northern Queen Anne's County by becoming the first Family Promise affiliate in Maryland. We look closely at the data of children and families in Kent County. Our partners report on the issue of homelessness and lack of affordable housing and their effects on children and their education. We know that different local organizations have been working hard to remedy the challenge of homelessness in our community and that there is more work to be done. We like the Family Promise model because it approaches the problem from a child's point of view. It focuses on prevention, shelter, and stabilization. We need to keep children and families in their homes if we are able, and if we are not, we need a safe place that feels like home for them to be in until they find a more permanent shelter. Too many children have lived in cars most of their childhood. With support from a leading national organization to prevent and end family homelessness, we can build on what we already have and improve by moving towards more stabilization to help families exit shelter and remain housed. We know we need full-time staff to run the Family Promise affiliate to help us understand and remedy the underlying issues leading to homelessness, maximize our resources, and bring in the funds needed to maintain and build on the momentum of our work. We urge you to lend your full support to this request for an earmark. Sincerely, all of the board members on one letter that we would sign, either at this moment, if approved, or shortly after the meeting so that we can get it signed. So that's that letter.
Mrs. Clark, I'd like to say you do a wonderful job with Mr. Sabetti and this whole group. I'm really proud of what you do. There's a lot of poverty around Chestertown, and there's no attainable housing. We have two families we're working with right now, and we've tried to get them into a house, but they can't get the credit. And people don't want to give, into that. They're afraid they won't get paid, and I understand that, but some people are living up behind the deli in town, and what is that hotel, the Mill or something?
Driftwood.
Yeah, Driftwood, people are living there. It's just really sad, so we're trying to do what we can to help, but it's really a bad problem around here, and I hope you guys can really get this program moving. And we need attainable housing around here. I just don't know how we're going to get it, because land is so expensive and housing is expensive to build, unless you want to put up those small homes. It's just going to be tough.
Yeah, there's the tiny home option. There's also zonings and making more rooms for rent, making more available rooms for rent. I mean, we used to have YMCAs with rooms for rent, that were affordable. So there are models around the country of adjusting zoning to make affordable rooms for rent. And so that's one of the ideas. For families, there's also, more sort of communal homes, maybe with single moms that could take care of the children when they all go to work at different times. There's little different models, but you have to look at them all. You have to look at the data, and then you got to fundraise for them.
And there's been some, excuse me, I'm sorry. There's been some school students here that their family is living at the Driftwood.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And it's really sad. I mean, it's just not a good situation. I'm hoping that this letter will help out, and I really think it's a good, wonderful, positive thing. At least we can-
Sure, sorry.
Yeah. Are you I think the idea of a shelter in Kent County is good and important. I know families who need that kind of assistance currently. Are you looking to expand the supplemental reimbursement of places like the Driftwood Inn, or are you actually looking for having a facility that is a shelter?
What do you mean by supplemental?
I mean, to pay the Driftwood Inn to continue to house families there, or are you
To
looking
pay the
at-
what? Oh, yeah. No, I think the idea actually is that continuing to pay the Driftwood to put up our children and families in situations that aren't actually healthy for children and families is not a good idea. So the real point is actually to create homes for children and families where they actually can feel safe and they can have safe communal meals if they want to. They can have, their own room, and they might want, there's different models that work better for children and families than old hotel rooms.
And that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So you're
where they could have their
envisioning
own
a shelter
kitchen and they
for-
could cook and they could, there's a lot of different weird models that could be done, but we need to research that, we need to look at that, we need to understand the data of how that's going to work best in our community, and that's going to take a little bit. That's going to take some time. It takes some full-time staff to not only be on the ground, really facilitating the wraparound services that are needed in that hotel right now, and to look at the models that are going to work for the future.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask just for a point of clarification, following up on something Mr. Rhodes said? Are Mr. Queen and Henry Sabetti and their coalition, are they part of your thing?
They do not request and want to partner. That
Have
is
you
part
asked them?
we've
Okay.
definitely
Okay. I
asked
just
them.
wanted to make
I've been in
sure.
touch with Mr.
Okay.
Sabetti.
Different.
Yeah.
I actually got one of our chronically homeless into full-time housing. I've worked very closely with them.
Okay.
Okay, so we do have two requests. This is the first request. Would the board like to handle it each individually or all in a?
No, I think they
Please.
should be done
Okay.
individually.
So there is a letter here that I read. It will require signatures. So if the board would like, I would entertain a motion to support this letter to be sent for the Family Promise affiliate.
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Rhodes has a second. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay. I'm voting against.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Dorsey, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh, I said aye.
Okay, so we have 4 ayes and 1 nay. The motion passes, the letter of support.
And that was for the what group? The family
This is for the Family Promise affiliate
yep.
in Maryland.
Okay, so the next item is for Kent Attainable Housing. And this was a request to support funding as proposed congressional directed spending grant to improve housing affordability and promote development in Kent County, Maryland. So this is a request to provide the funding through Senator Van Hollen and also the Honorable Senator Ben Cardin.
Okay, and just for information, as Dr. Couch mentioned, I will read the letter. As representatives of the Kent County Board of Education, we express our strong support for the proposed congressional directed spending grant to improve housing affordability and promote development in Kent County, Maryland. This initiative, mainly focused on Chestertown's Prospect Street neighborhood, Butlertown, and other Kent County towns, presents a crucial opportunity to enhance our community's livability and economic vitality. The allocation of resources towards the rehabilitation and construction of single-family homes, removal of blight, and community planning aligns with our mission to provide stability in student populations through home ownership, ensure educational continuity, and foster community cohesion. We recognize the significance of affordable housing options, especially for low-income families, in supporting our students' academic success and well-being. By investing in the revitalization efforts of Kent Attainable Housing, KAH, we can create environments conducive to educational attainment where families have access to safe and affordable housing near our schools. This supports our students' academic journey and contributes to the retention of tax revenue and county growth, ultimately benefiting our entire community. Furthermore, the focus on mixed-income housing and preserving historic communities like Butlertown underscores a commitment to inclusivity and equity, values that resonate deeply with our educational mission. By addressing disparities in housing and promoting economic growth, we create a more vibrant and prosperous environment for all residents, most notably our students and their families. In conclusion, we urge your support for the Congressional Directed Spending Grant for Kent Attainable Housing. This investment will provide much-needed housing solutions and contribute to our students' educational success and well-being, ensuring a brighter future for Kent County. So this also is an action item.
Do we have any representatives here?
No, we don't.
Okay.
And it's, again, it's just requesting funding through the senators at the U.S. congressional level.
I, as myself and as an individual board member, I would like to do anything that supports helping our families get into homes. So my feeling is to support this.
And then, is that in form of a motion?
I don't know if anybody else wants to discuss or have questions.
You can motion, and if someone seconds, then you can.
Then I will make a motion that we sign the letter of support for Kent Attainable Housing.
I'll second that.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Mr. Rhodes has the second. Are there any further comments? Questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you. There is another 2 copies here that I'm requesting signatures on in the same format. So pass that down.
Do you get copies of these, or?
They're attached to the
No, you
agenda,
cannot sign it.
the copies of the letter.
Oh, right in there. Yes. I couldn't open them.
Okay, we'll complete these, and then we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Pass this one down. I'll take that. Pass this one down as well.
Could I say something?
Sure.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate those that are trying to help those that are trying to attain housing and their low income, et cetera, but we're having a problem now also with people who may not qualify as low income, but yet with the housing going up cannot afford $1,750 and have 3 kids or 4 kids in a single parent. And then the requirements are that you make 3 times that amount in order to obtain that apartment, like Kent Crossing. You have to make 3 times that amount. That's $5,250 a month for one person, and they cannot do it. They don't have it. Kent County does not pay that type of money, that's first of all. So that particular, anybody that falls under that family is out in the street. And it's not because they don't want to pay, but the requirements that have them in the street. And for the low-income housing, they make a little over, so they're not qualified to be there. So they have no way of having a home. And as far as after the apartment, Kent Crossing or somewhere like that, that will not take them in, then they have to look into housing, period, a house. Houses are running $2,000, $2,200, $2,500 a month. No way to afford that. With a 700 credit score, and you're a single mother with 3 children.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Citizens Advisory Committee discussion. At our last meeting, Mr. Rhodes had asked me to bring this to discussion as an agenda item for this meeting, so that's what we're doing. So, Mr. Rhodes, I'll open the floor to you.
Okay, thanks. I am requesting the CAC committee to live stream their meetings. I think it would really help the community, especially people that can't go, and I know no one really does go, but you gave a nice report today that if it was live streamed, we would, the community would be able to see it. And a lot of families just don't have the time to do it, and I think it would be a wonderful thing. Mr. Poor, would that be hard to do?
We meet in the fishbowl. We meet in the fishbowl.
So in the fishbowl, we don't have cameras, we don't have audio, so there are a few technical challenges.
Okay. I just think, gosh, we want to be transparent to everyone around here in the public, and I just think, Mrs. McGee, you have a lot of people, they come from every single school, and Mrs. Dorsey, isn't there a representative from all the schools?
Two representatives from every school.
And I just think it would be great to have that open so that people could look at it. Now, maybe not a lot of people will, but I just think it would be a wonderful thing to have more transparency. I know you haven't done it for years, but I just think it would be a nice thing to offer, the people to see.
I don't know that it's a question of transparency. It's an open meeting. There are minutes for the meeting. We don't have any other committees that live stream, and I would also consider that we're an elected board, and the community should get to see us vote and what our decisions are. This is a group that is having discussions that are volunteers, and I don't think we need a live stream that committee meeting.
I have to disagree.
I think the minutes are good. I think they will be coming, they're required to come once a year to make a presentation to the board. I think asking Mr. Poor or another staff member to add on an additional night and additional time to their already full schedule is unfair, and I don't think it's necessary.
I have to disagree with you. I don't think it's unfair.
That's fine.
I understand. I think that we should be able to, I think it should be transparent, and I know, like...
What do you think isn't transparent about it?
Can I just explain what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I wish that
Before I
you
got
would.
on this board, I went to just about every single CAC meeting. I don't know who else is, who goes there, but I think it's really important that we know what's going on, especially in the schools, and to see language and body language of people talk is a lot more
I'm going to
than
point out
having...
again that these are volunteers that are members of the community and staff, and they are also volunteering their time, and I don't understand why you think that you need the live streaming.
So,
and
you don't wanna share-
tell me what you think transparency is lacking.
Because people around this community would like to see what's going on every single meeting, and I've been to a lot of those meetings, and every single person that's there, every school has their ideas and what's going on in Galena, what's going on in Rock Hall, what's going on in Garnett, what's going on in the middle school, and I just think people should be able to see that. Okay?
Well,
And I know you don't want that, I
think
get it.
It is not that I don't want it. I think that it's not necessary, and I think that we put out the agendas as we are required. We put out the minutes, and you can read the minutes. This body has no authority, so no votes or decisions are being made. It's a discussion group.
Okay, Ms. McGee or Ms. Dorsey, do you have any comments?
Yeah, a couple of things. I'd like Mr. Rhodes to further explain his definition of transparency. Before you do that, my definition is of a meeting that's open to anybody. Okay, the first thing, anybody who wants to come to the meeting, other than a third board member, because that's a whole different issue about a quorum. That's where that comes from. And if you want to know what went on in the meeting, you read the minutes. Or if you don't think the minutes are comprehensive enough, you talk to somebody who is on that committee, or you ask me. Unless you don't think I can be forthcoming and transparent with you with what went on. The reason every school has 2 representatives is because their job is to communicate to their school community. So if there's somebody in Galena that would like to know what's going on in the CAC meeting, then they ask one of those 2 people that are representing their school. That's transparency. You know, transparency does not mean let's make it possible for every single person to come to a meeting. I have to also say what Ms. Sullivan said. I'm not comfortable asking any staff member to add to their workload, which, by the way, would add expense. You know, Mr. Poor has quite a distance to travel. I mean, he's not going to get out, he won't get out of here till after 9:30. That's a long day for him.
Well, I can see you guys don't want to open the meeting up to the public. That's
The
okay.
meeting is open to the
I
public.
know, but people can't show up. People can't drive there. What do you want them
They
people to come?
can. The meeting is open.
Oh, my gosh.
Ms.
Just like
Dorsey?
this meeting.
Can
Ms.
I
Dorsey?
say something?
Yes, please.
Especially since I was the student member and I volunteered for that position. If it was live stream, it would be a completely different ballgame. I don't think me as a sophomore, I would not have volunteered to do it. Going into this position, I knew it was live streamed. I signed up for that. I was well prepared for that, and I knew that the way we talk here is completely different than how we talk in the committee. And I think that it would definitely it would stop people from volunteering if it was live streamed, because it's completely different. That's on the internet forever, which is completely
There's a
different.
level of scrutiny involved.
Yeah, and we had people come to the CAC meetings. We had people sit in at the meetings. There was an audience. There was an audience just like there was an audience tonight for an open meeting. So it's like, I think that live streaming it while we are in an age of technology and that allows a lot of things, it's completely different. It would create a completely different environment. So.
Ms. Dorsey?
That's an excellent point.
Yes, well, I've only been to one meeting because I was just newly elected. But the environment is an environment where it's comfortable, and I feel like that everybody could express themselves and be real. And as far as being a vice chair, if anyone has any questions on what goes on at the meeting, I don't have a problem telling you exactly what we've talked about and different things like that. So that's it. I don't see anything that anyone would have to try to withhold from anyone. I don't see where should be a problem. Like, that's an issue. I don't see it. People are just, I don't know. And anyone's welcome to come, just put it that way.
Okay, so, if there is an action to be had, it is noted on the agenda that the board may choose to take action after discussion. But in order to do that, the board would need to propose a motion as deemed appropriate. So I would open the floor to such an action or not.
So I could make a motion.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that the CAC committee will be live streamed, so the public of Kent County, no matter if they're down in Galena or where they are, has access, if they want to look at it, to find out what's going on in our school system. So it's a motion I want to make.
Mr. Rhodes has the motion. Is there a second? I will ask again. Mr. Rhodes has the motion on the floor to live stream the Citizens Advisory Committee. Do we have a second? Not hearing a second, the motion dies. Okay, we're going to move on to public participation. Ms. Gale? Nathan Schroyer,
He's gone. Left.
going once.
He's gone.
He's gone. Okay,
He's
Mr.
gone.
Schroyer is gone. Just for the record, we have no public participant for the second portion. Okay, the next item on the agenda is our notification of our next meeting. The next monthly meeting of the Board of Education of Kent County will be held on Monday, April 8th, 2024, beginning at 5:30 p.m. Open session will be immediately followed by the board members going into closed session. The open session will resume at 6:30 p.m. The meeting will be located at the Administrative Building in the boardroom, this room, at 5608 Boundary Avenue, Rock Hall, Maryland, 21661.
Before you entertain a motion, can I just throw this out, that the next CAC meeting is set for March 18th. There's a tentative date of April 22nd, considering we just met 2 weeks ago. I'm polling the members now. It's possible that we won't meet in March, that we may meet April 22nd, but I haven't heard that yet.
Great.
Okay?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The last item on the agenda is to adjourn. The administration is recommending approval to adjourn the meeting. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Rhodes. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we will call for the vote. All those, yes, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ms. Messick?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The meeting is adjourned. The time is 9:30 PM.